Hello, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started here this morning. I want to thank all of you for coming out, and for those joining us online, we greatly appreciate your participation. This is the third Thursday for March. This is the Small Ruminant Focus Third Thursday. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Ken Andrews. I've been the small ruminant specialist here since 2005, so I've had a few years experience, and we greatly appreciate everybody that participates in this program. And we've got a program today that's going to try to cover a lot of different areas. We're going to start out today talking a little bit about selection of breeding stock. We know that most people are either finishing up or are already finished with kidding. Some of us, like us, are just getting started with it. But it's never too early to start thinking about your breeding animals and making your plans, because it's a good idea to look at culling early on. So what you need to be looking at and how to figure out which ones are doing a good job for you. Then we're going to talk some about weaning health management, because we know those of you who have kidded should be weaning before too long. And again, I recognize we never can get these timed exactly right to fit everybody's schedule. But it's a very critical time is weaning. And then after lunch, we're going to have some updates from the Kentucky Sheep and Goat Development Office about their programs and activities. And something that's not on the program we're going to do for those that are actually here and want to, after we get done with that program. We didn't want to put it on the schedule because we didn't know what the weather was going to be today. But we're going to offer you a chance to go up, and we'll show you our facilities, show you what we've got going on up at the barn, and give you a chance to see the type of research that we're doing and what we're working on up there. We're due to start kidding in about a week and a half now, so we haven't started kidding yet. We're usually just starting right now. So our barn is set up for kidding. We've got everything set up the way we need it, and you can see our setup and the way we run things. So again, I appreciate your time here. I do want to make sure that everybody is aware. On the 26th, there will be a parasitology workshop by Dr. Jesse Lay and Dr. Beth Johnson are going to put this on. It's being co-sponsored by us and the Sheep and Goat Development Office. If you're interested in that, Dr. Lay will be presenting later, but you need to go online and pre-register for it. They must have pre-registration so they know how much material and everything to have. You can access that by Facebook. If you look up the Kentucky State University or the Third Thursday Facebook page, there's a link to it, or you can go to the Kentucky Sheep and Goat Development Office. There's a link there as well to sign up for it. There will be some stuff, and Dr. Lay can talk more about that whenever she's up here talking a little bit later this morning. But that's kind of the program. Again, I appreciate everybody being here, and we look forward to working with you as we get through the COVID. We're hoping to have more and more hands-on and in-person things going on. But before we get started, I believe Joni Nelson is going to talk about small farmer grants for a little bit. So I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you. I guess I have to stand in front of a camera, right? So my name is Joni Nelson, and I manage the Center for Sustainability of Farms and Families. I manage the small-scale farm grant here. How many out there has actually used or heard of the grant? Yay, okay, awesome. So the small farm grant, you can get up to $500 for educational opportunities. You could use this, a lot of times people use this for the Small Ruminant Profit School. There's a lot of people that have used that $500 towards that. You can use it to go to conferences, workshops, online, even printed materials. You can use that money for. You apply for all of this money every 2 months, so the next deadline is actually April 1st. So if anybody's interested, I'm going to be here for a little while. You also can get up to $5,000 under several different categories. We have aquaculture, organic, value-added processing, food insecure, and agroforestry. For the most part, goats and sheep will fall under either agroforestry if you're doing some kind of silvopasture through your forest and you have a plan, or it can fall under value added if you're doing any kind of lotions or soaps or value added products with your goats, or it can fall under food insecure if you're selling the animals for meat purposes. It doesn't work For production stuff, if you're selling it into the stockyards or a sale or anything else like that, it actually has to go into the food insecure. So you have to actually be selling those goats and sheep and things like that for meat purposes. Does anybody have any questions? No questions? I'm here. I'm going to be here for a little while. I have some flyers outside about it. I also wanted to mention there's a few trainings coming up for people that are doing some value-added products. If you want to be commercial, we've got a better processing control school coming up on April the 3rd and 4th. I'm trying to remember the dates there. And then we have HACCP training for anyone that's doing if you decide you wanted to do a meat market or do something with meat, or if you need a HACCP plan, it's Hazardous Analysis Critical Control Point. We're doing that training on May 4th, 3rd and 4th, and that's going to be actually on campus. We also have a PSA grower training that's coming up on March 23rd. If anybody's interested in that, there's a couple of spots left. That one's free, but the other two are about $300 each, but the grant can pay for it if you're interested. So those are some projects that we have and some things that we have coming up. And then if you have any questions, like I said, I'm going to be around here for a little bit. This time I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Dr. Andrews.
All right, thank you, Johnny. There is one other thing I want to mention before we get in with Emily. Some of my other duties here at the university, we want to make sure that everybody is aware as the school year, we know we have a lot of high school students getting ready to graduate in May. Kentucky State University, we do have a College of Ag, Community, and the Sciences. We have a scholarship program that is exclusive to the ag area, funded by 1890 dollars. It's the 1890 scholarship program. We can give up to a full ride for students who are interested in careers in agriculture. Of course, the easiest route to verify that is if they're in our ag degrees, but it also covers other associated degrees such as biology, chemistry, computer science, communication, and business. So if you know anybody who's getting ready to graduate high school, it's a good program. If you go to the Kentucky State University website, look for the College of Agriculture, Community, and the Sciences. There should be a link there, and they can apply. That deadline is coming up next month for initial review of all applications for our fall awards. We do continue to review those after that, but it's on a funds available basis after that first run through. We cover up to a full ride, and what I tell people is when I say it's a full ride, we can't refund the money to the student, but we cover tuition, fees, dormitory room, meal plan, pretty much everything but a parking permit is what we will cover on the full ride. So books are included in that because the university, I don't usually think about books because the university charges a book fee for all students as part of their fees as electronic books, so it's covered in those fees. So it's been too long since I was in college, so I forget about having to buy those books by the ounce, okay? So I just wanted to make sure we mention that. You do have to, if they are interested, of course they have to apply and be admitted to the university, but they also have to have their FAFSA filled out and turned in before they can qualify for the funds. So we've got that going on. So with that all being said, I'm going to turn the mic over. Miss Emily Clements, who those of you who've been around for a while know, she's been here for several years. She is a certified vet technician, and she's been working with me on extension programs, helping do some of the research out here with the goats, and is doing a lot of what I used to do, hands-on extension work, since they've got me locked in the office here for the past few years. So Emily?
Thank you, Dr. Andrews. I have one little housekeeping thing to take care of. Is the microphone okay? All right. So if you have questions, if you can wait to ask them until you have the microphone, just so the people who are online can hear as well, if that's okay. Thank you. All right, so we're going to talk about selecting for breeding from within your herd. So when it's time for weaning, and you're trying to figure out your cull list, your who you want to carry on, the genes from. Let's just talk about some of the things that you want to look for. It's really easy to want to save things that you're attached to, that are cute, that are that you bottle fed, those kinds of things. I know, oh my gosh, I'm seeing like some guilty faces around here. So anyway, and I totally get it, and that's real. But if you're in a production type situation, you're going to want to get some reality and some data in there for your own benefit, if that makes sense. It kind of takes the emotion out of it for you and helps you make more educated decisions, I guess. So it all starts with record keeping. Like, record keeping cannot be stressed enough. You have to keep records of birth, of weight, of events that happen, of behaviors, things like that. You have to have these records, because when it's time for you to make a move and make decisions, how are you going to go back 3 months and try and figure it out? Or how are you going to see a growth pattern? All of those things. So we start with the date of birth. We have to have a date of birth. We need a weight. And I know that that's a scary sound, because I go out to quite a few farms, and it's unfortunately kind of rare that there's a scale there. It's easy to find a scale for people to weigh their kids or their lambs, because it's small, right? That's really easy. But that's only showing you one teeny tiny thing. So we can get that weight at the very beginning of the day of birth. But we also need to know if that lamb or that kid is growing properly. And so how are we going to do that if we don't have a scale? So some of these things, like if you think about investing money or going in with somebody else to buy equipment, something like that, a scale is a really, really good thing to have. We base so much on scales. How much are you gaining? How much do you need to eat? Is there a problem? How much medication to give? That's a really big thing. If you don't have an accurate weight, you're not accurately medicating your animals. So you're either under-medicating them or over-medicating them, all of which can be a problem. And then we need to know what the rear type is, which just means, what was the litter like? Was it a single baby, twin, a triplet, quadruplets? What was it? And that matters, because these things can be passed on. Does that make sense? Like when we get it in, I'm sure all of you all know twins or are a twin, and it can run through family lines. Okay. That also makes a big difference for the mother. So for the dam of that animal, the stress that's going to be put on her body to have these multiples, like triplets, they have 2 teats, right? So they were made to have 2 babies. Anything more than that, somebody is going to be looking for food. And not that they can't do it, they can do it, but you need to watch that dam. And so that's important, not only to know where the kid came from, because they can have a lesser birth weight, but you also want to make sure that they're gaining that weight. So again, being able to weigh them over and over is very important. But having that on there for the dam, that having the information that she is having multiples is going to direct your eye towards looking for her milk quality. Does she have enough to feed everybody? It might look like it, and they might, she might be a really good mom and keeping track of everybody and calling to them and all of that good stuff where everything looks right. But are their bellies full? That kind of thing. So was there any kind of birthing difficulty? So these are all things at the time, at the day of birth, that you want to mark. Was there any kind of birthing difficulty? Did you have to call in a vet? Did you have to go in yourself? Did you have to turn? I like to note what kind of presentation it was too, like if it was just an elbow or if it was all the way turned around. You know, I like to know that kind of thing too, because sometimes just those elbows are just a positional, just a little positional thing, which isn't as bad as some other presentations. So noting that birthing difficulty, because birthing difficulties, when you have to intervene, cost your time. It costs your time and it costs your labor. And what we want is for our animals to be able to have babies on their own, because that's a lot of really late nights or early mornings or just time that you could be spending doing other things. And a healthy, productive animal is going to be able to have babies on their own. Not that that always happens. We always have to keep our eye out. But if you had birthing difficulties before, you might be having birthing difficulties down the road. So keep that in mind, mark that on your records. Who is the dam? Who is the sire? You know, what baby came from who? Who was the daddy? We need to know all of those things. That needs to be part of the record, the permanent record for that animal. When they're first born, I also look for their teats and their teat placement. So they need to have 2 teats. On the males, it doesn't matter so much if you're not going to use them for breeding. If you're going to use them for breeding, it does matter because that trait can be passed on. But the supernumerary or the more than necessary teats can be a problem because they don't all function, or not all of them need to function, and that can cause problems as well. So babies can try and feed on the ones that aren't functional. So they latch on, and that's their nipple that they found, you know, but there's nothing there. They're gonna starve. I mean, they can go around to other ones, but they were attached to that one first. And to our eyes, it looks like they're eating, right? Except, you know, their belly, I'm sure, isn't full. They can also cause problems. You can have 2 canals coming out of, or like a split canal coming out of a teat. The more openings that you have, more infection can come in there. There's all kinds of reasons why you want 2 teats. So having 2 teats is great. If there are multiple teats, it isn't an absolute death sentence. You need to know the placement of those teats. If they're far enough away where they can develop on their own or one not develop, then that is safe, can be safe. Again, if it's a male, I probably wouldn't breed it because it passes that on. So notice, just notate their teat placement. I'm going to show in a little while one of our kitting sheets, and I'll show you all the little things where we put double teats and things like that on our kitting sheet. You also want to know the medications administered. Most people have a standard protocol when an animal is born, what medications they give. So if you give selenium or, you know, the Bo-C shot, and or you give probiotics, something like that. You know, if you have that standard for everybody that's born, notate that somewhere. And if they didn't get it, that would be the oddity, right? So then you mark that down. We just need to know what everybody has had to know what their bottom line is, where they are, how they're starting out. And the behavior, so another thing, not necessarily with babies, but in our herd, behavior can be hereditary. Jumping, who likes a jumping goat? They might be pretty, but they're causing you some problems, right? So mark that behavior, and he might get a ride out the next time that the train is going out. So behavior, we also mark getting heads stuck in fences. Like, there's always the ones, and they repeat it's not like, oh, she did it today, and then he did it yesterday. It's usually the same stinking one, right? So that's a problem because that costs your time. And if you don't get it, it can actually cause problems to the animal, right? So marked behavior. If you have something that is dangerous, an animal that's dangerous, that likes to headbutt you, we can get into headbutting on a different day when we're talking about how behaviors form and all that kind of stuff. But those are behaviors that aren't safe. And so they may invite themselves on a trip out of the farm as well. And production, so we want to know their production level. So their production level can be gained or judged by several different things. It depends on what you're doing. If you are there for fiber or meat or milk, notate how they're doing. Like, why would you have them if they're not meeting your needs? I know they're cute. They're cute. I understand that. So, okay. I am not sure that you all can see that. It's I meant to have a handout for you, and I was having technical difficulties, and I apologize. These are our typical codes that we use in our record keeping. Having codes that are easily followed, that you can even have this piece of paper in the front of your kitting binder or your health records or whatever. That is really hard for y'all to see, man. I'm so sorry. Okay, so it has breed codes. So there's different codes for the breeds, which is great. And then there's a sex code. So doe, buck, or whether, and then you can do whatever, ewe or ram. The livability codes. So was it born alive and weaned? Like, that's what we want, right? That's what we should have. So we should have a bunch of ones in our herd. And then died at birth and it was stillborn. Or died within 72 hours. Died after 2 weeks, or if it was aborted. All of those are different codes and are gonna be important for you to track for the mom. This has to do with the production of the dam, right? And then kidding ease. So instead of having to write, did it take little assistance, no assistance? Was it a hard pull? Did it have a cesarean section? There's codes for that. And then the birth types. So the single, twin, triplet, quadruplet, and goodness if there's anything else. And then your rearing codes. So it was born as and raised as. So if it was born a single and raised a single, like mom didn't adopt another baby that came in with it, it gets one code. Then it's single but raised a twin, so maybe we grafted another kid onto that mom because she only had one baby eating from her, or she's a darn good mom, and she just took it on. Twin, single. Anyway, just the different rearing codes are important when you're looking down the line for production. And then there's cull reasons. So it's very important. I usually, as I'm going along, I usually have just a cull sheet going for reasons why this one needs to go, because I might forget. She might not be doing it. The foot problem might have gone away. The behavior I might not be seeing, whatever. I'm going to keep a record of that. But then the cull codes on my big file, I'm going to put, did she die? For whatever reason. Are we culling because she's just aged? She opened, failed to kid. Did she lose it early? Did she have a bad udder? Anyway, those types of things, they're all on here. I will try my best to find a way to print these things for you all before the end of the day. Yes?
On that code, I just want to point something out because there is foot problems and there's CL on that list for reasons to call an animal. When we made that up, for some reason or another, I didn't make there to add parasites as a problem. But I just want to point out that yes, animals that constantly have foot problems or animals that have CL abscesses, these are animals that should be culled. This is another one of those things that a lot of people forget about. And the reason that those codes were there was those are the common reasons that most animals are culled out of a herd. And it's easier to put that down as a number rather than always writing it down. But on any of these places where there's other, the intent is that if you put other down there, just like if you put died, you want to have a reason. So don't just mark it as other. And the reason for that and the reason for the livability codes is so that you can go back at the end of the year and review that and say, okay, am I seeing most of the animals leaving my herd for something that I can work to adjust to improve? So it's not just to keep records to say, oh, this is why that happened. It's also to help you get an idea of what's going on in your herd. At least once a year, review those records and make sure if you've got kids that are dying at 24 to 48 hours after birth, there's a time period in there you need to look at, I need to pay more attention. So this is part of why we keep records, is to help us go on. I just wanted to point that out because like I said, so many people, I've dealt with too many people who constantly have foot problems in their goats and say, I don't know what's going on here. It's like, well, have you thought about getting rid of these that are always having the problems? Well, no. And it's amazing whenever they start getting rid of those worst doers, how the problems start going away. So that's what I wanted to add to that.
Thank you very much. So on the day of birth, you need to record that day, like whatever day it is, record it. The identification of that animal, however you identify it. Do you use different colored bands? Do you have numbers? Do you have letters? Do you have a combination of all of those? Whatever it is, we need to know exactly who that, we don't. You need to know exactly who that animal is and not, oh, that's one of her babies or, okay, which baby is it? We need to know that. The weight, the sex, male, if you want to put male, female, buck, doe, whatever, ewe, ram. And then the single, twin, triplet, quadruplet, the ease of birth, and then the medications. So again, if you use the same medications as a standard practice on your farm for the animals, like at birth, we use BOC. So I don't mark that down because I'm assuming that's part of our processing. I know assuming's a really bad thing too, but as part of our process, when we process baby animals, they get, their navel taken care of, we sex them, we look at their teats, they get BOC. Sometimes people give probiotics at birth, whatever it is. But if that is standard, you don't necessarily need to write that down. Just know that and know if they didn't get it. Oh, turn. So this is a sample of our kitting sheet, and it's just something that I print out. It definitely doesn't look this pretty when it's done. Oh, wait, there it is. Can you see that? Oh, it's not very light. So it gets iodine spilled all over it, it gets wet, So what I do at the end of every day is I take a picture of it. I take a picture of that page. So we have a kitting sheet in our binder in the barn, so we can flip back and forth if we need to locate an animal, figure out something, we can look at it. But for a permanent record, I also have a picture of it that I can then enter into a computer. We have the ability to scan animals into a handheld system. Sometimes it's charged, sometimes it's working, sometimes somebody who's processing the animals doesn't know how to use it. So I need something written, some kind of backup copy that I know is there. Oh, let me go backwards for a second. So your breeding goals are always each dam to produce, 2.25 to 2.5 offspring a year, right? So twins are preferable, but multiples are a heritable trait. So know that as well. So if you have somebody, it's normal in a first year or a first kidding or lambing that they do have a single, like that can happen, right? And that's not like, oh, you're a horrible animal, you're not going to work for me. But if she continually gives you a single, she's not really earning her keep on your farm, if that makes sense. So considerations with that. So when we breed for multiples, we get multiples. And so what that means is, so you really want twins, keep breeding for these multiples, it causes triplets and more, right? So we're breeding for these multiples, we can get more multiples than we wanted, right? So there's kind of like a balance that you have to find. So if you are breeding something just based on a high birth weight, so if you are breeding a doe because, my gosh, she had, 11-pound babies or whatever, did she have multiples that weighed that much, or was it just that big single that got everything in her aquarium, So that's the kidding sheet. I think, ooh. Okay, which one do I point at? Oh, cool. But you still can't really see it. So on this, I have double teats marked. I have that one was grafted to another animal, and I have what animal it was grafted onto. I have, triplets, whatever. I have also different marks on the side, meaning, if it had a star beside it that day, I might have needed to go back and do something or what, just communication. And you need to mark if there was any kind of difficulty in giving birth, right? So there's different causes that can be figured. You need to talk to your veterinarian, or if you go in there and it was just a placement thing. And you need to note that, because if she is a continual dystocia, you don't want to keep dealing with that, right? It costs money and your labor. So we need to, again, have that dam give birth on her own, be a good big girl. Dystocias, why they're important to know, difficult birth, so if it's taking you, if they're hard pushing more than like a half an hour or so, we're having some trouble, like with that hard push. So it can cause internal bleeding. They can rip things, and it can actually lead to death. So if you don't catch it early, you can lose the dam and her baby. So I'll go to that weight thing again. So weigh, like with a scale, weigh, like a real scale, weigh. And so you need birth weight, you need growth rate, so weighing at different times in growth. You want, about like half a pound a day? Is that the same with lambs too? I'm looking at you too. Okay, thanks. About half a pound a day. So if you don't have to weigh them every day. I mean, that's a lot of stinking work. But when you have babies, if you could weigh them once a week to see what their growth is, because if we can intervene early, you have a chance on getting some weight on that baby. So it's going to tell you a little bit about the dam's milk quality. So if they are gaining weight at a good rate, that dam makes some good food, so that's quality. If they're not, there's a couple of different things that we look for. So we look at behavior. Is one getting bullied out of food? Or are they all eating and they have full bellies, but they're still not gaining weight? And then that's going to look back to mom and her abilities to make good milk. And again, with that medication accuracy thing, turns out it's important. So another thing that I find really important is to know the temperature of your herd, and I don't mean like Fahrenheit. What's going on in your herd? Monthly health checks are ideal. That's really hard to do, I understand, especially if you're doing things by yourself. But getting things on a regular schedule where you're going to have them at different times of the year, because feeding is different times of the year, different times of production. Are you getting ready to breed? Are they bred? All of these things, we need to know what their body condition score is, what their weight is, and their FAMACHA. Is everybody familiar with FAMACHA? So it's God, he is. The FAMACHA is checking the conjunctiva of the eye to look at like a level of anemia. And so if it's on a scale, and so if you haven't had FAMACHA training yet, definitely that's something that you'll look into, because that is what we deworm based off of. We no longer recommend blanket deworming herds. Just because you're deworming one, you deworm all of them. We no longer recommend that. It's based off need. And the FAMACHA score is going to indicate a need. And then any kind of notes. So every single month, we run them through. The AID is their animal identification number, the date that we did it, their weight, their body condition score, and their FAMACHA, and any kind of notes that we have. I don't know that y'all can see that either. This is just a sheet that from 1 month. Again, we have the ability with a handheld computer to scan the animal ID in, punch in a weight, which sometimes it'll communicate with the scale itself, and then punch in these particular numbers. But this was written when the computer was down or not functioning properly or whatever. So always having that ability, but getting the same information. So what is the animal's tag number, their weight, their body condition score, and their FAMACHA. And I also write down if there was any medications given at that time or any problems, somebody I might need to come back and look at. I don't know, wow. Yes? The what? I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, you need to know the date. Is that what you're talking about? Like the rate? I'm sorry, I keep flipping this.
I'm sorry, I know that just need to know what group the record is from and when it was taken so that you can have it, just make sure everybody understands that.
Okay, yes. Thank you. No, you're fine. Thank you. So this is a paper that I print out for our monthly health checks if they're going to be handwritten. I have tons of them up in the barn that are there in case the computer is down. And that's what this will look like. Again, we have who the group is up there. So is it the nannies? Is it the Weathers? Is it the Bucks? You know, that's a stinky day, right? And then, whatever it is, we have that group up there. And then that also corresponds to when I enter them into the computer. So I have different tabs that separate, the groups. So I can run averages. I can see how the animals are doing. Something I did want to show you is the H125, which you probably can't see. Maybe it's the one with the little asterisk beside it. That has that it received medication. It also had a FAMACHA score of 3. And so the FAMACHA score of 3, without going into big, deep FAMACHA discussion right now, is a decision point on whether or not I'm going to treat with a parasiticide, with a dewormer, or not. And so that's why it's marked as a 3, and there's also a note beside it as to whether or not I treated it with a dewormer or what medication I treated it with. And this is just, we ran the nannies that day, December 20th, 2020. And then there was something that needed to be highlighted to be brought to my attention, and that was that this particular buck didn't get his feet done that day, because we try and keep a pretty regular schedule on our feet, and it becomes a problem. Like, hey, if I see Leonard limping, in the next 3 months, oh, wait, you know what? He didn't get his feet done. Let's start with that. So medical records, always make sure you know if notate if the animal has had any antibiotics. For withdrawal times, you need to know what the antibiotic was, when you gave it, what the withdrawal time is, that kind of thing. Also, for the medical record, and when you're talking about making your breed and cull list, your keep cull list, how many times are you going to treat this animal for a certain problem? So how many times was it treated? And then definitely any time that it got a dewormer, you need to notate that. And the reason behind that is that we're basing our deworming off of the FMACHA system, off of their need, off of their shown need. And we are not going to keep animals that repeatedly have high parasite loads and that it's sucking the nutrients from them. So that's why we mark every time that we deworm an animal, because they get twice. They get twice a year, and then they're out. There are times that we deworm as a group, like before breeding, and we deworm the moms right after they've had a kid. So the very stressful time. So anyway, are you repeating these things? Is it a chronic condition? Were they seen by a veterinarian? That's money, right? I mean, that's money that's going in there. Not that you shouldn't use a veterinarian when you need a veterinarian, but did that particular animal make 3 trips to the veterinarian? Was it for the same problem? Or were they different problems? Is this just a not thrifty animal? So your dam and sire selection, we want functional durability as well as reproductive and production efficiency. That's kind of an awesome sentence. Like, I think it should be a bumper sticker. But anyway, so you need structural soundness from them. So can they stand up to the stresses that you put on them? We need good feet, not feet that repeatedly need work on them, repeatedly have infections, that kind of thing, or grow funky, because guess what? They'll probably pass that on. And their udder, so we need to look at their mastitis history. So mastitis is not an awesome thing that happens in their udder, right? So it can cause damage, and they could be more prone to it next time. And so them having mastitis, if they're still trying to feed their babies, the babies aren't getting the nutrition that they need, right? And we're going to have to treat it, so that's medications that they are receiving too. So teat placement, we already touched on that. Teat shape, so when we have bottled teats, I don't have any pictures with me. Bottled teats, if you've had animals, you know what I'm talking about, the blown teats. It's very hard for a baby to get their mouth around it. That causes a problem when they're first born, because here's this huge blown out teat, and there's no way that baby can get it in its mouth. So it's not going to get what it needs when it's first born. They might be able to handle it when they're older, but not at first. And so bottled teat is a good reason to take a ride on the train too. So fish teats are where that teat kind of looks like a fish tail. That's not desirable either. Sometimes it has two canals coming out of it. Sometimes things get caught in there. It's not an effective use of an udder. And then sometimes those teats are non-functional. the ligament that holds the udder up. So the udder needs to be suspended where the animals can get under and feed from it. When that udder or when that ligament breaks down, those animals are no longer able to easily feed from the mom. And that, you know, the animals need to feed to grow, and if they can't, then they won't. So their mouth, you know, make sure that they don't have like the wry mouth. And the scrotum. And scrotum, you need to make sure that the two testicles are A, present, and B, of similar size and shape. So parasite resilience and resistance, is this something, it's also going to go back on your record? How many times did you treat this animal? There's findings that it is a heritable trait. So there is a genetic component to their ability to be resilient to parasites. So their production value just depends on if it's meat, milk, or fiber, and avoid close inbreeding, but I think we know. So breed mindfully to improve your genetics. Look at the birth, the weaning, do your routine herd checks, either every month or every 6 to 8 weeks. Your medical or routine records, your breeding dam and sire, the date that you put in, when did we start breeding, when did we change groups, if you change groups. Death, if you had any deaths, what are your necropsy notes, if you had any, or what were the events going up around it, and notes on any behavior, health, just strange observation that you might have. All of these things are going to help you when it comes to making the decision on what to pass on. And it's going to make things a little bit easier for you, other than, oh, but I love her so much, you know? I mean, we do. She's beautiful. But she might not be helping your herd, and she could actually be hurting your herd. So I'm going to turn this part over to Dr. Andrews really quickly. This is the data part of our goat herd improvement program. And so I just like to add that data can take the attachment out of those tough decisions. And I find it really interesting. So all of those notes, all of those records that you've kept are going to go into this information, and we can actually make smarter decisions when we breed. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go over this. Those of you who've been around for a while know that the Goat Herd Improvement Program is something that I've been offering since I started here at Kentucky State University, and it's a program designed to help producers do a better job of keeping records. As we talked about, Emily talked about, knowing whether the animal, the kid or lamb was born single, twin, triplets, whether it was raised that way or not. All of these things we know have an impact on the growth rate of that animal. We know that we expect a single-born animal to be heavier than an animal that was born twin, and twins should be heavier than those born singles, and the same thing whenever they're weaned. And all of this is based on the fact that a single gets all of the nutrition prenatal, all of the nutrition postnatal, so we expect it to be bigger, right? Well, what I found happening is a lot of producers were making their selection decisions not only on the animals for replacements, but also what animals to cull by looking at the individual kid and comparing it to another kid. Well, what was happening is they were comparing a triplet-born kid to a single-born kid and saying, well, I'm going to keep this single because look how much bigger it is. Then they went and looked at the dams and said, well, that one over there looks so much better than this one over here. She's in a lot better condition, without remembering that the one that's not in good condition just got done raising a set of triplets, and the one that's in good condition either raised no kids or raised a single. So this was a way to try to help producers start getting some of this, and we do have adjustment factors to adjust the animal's weaning weights for type of birth, sex of the kid, and age of dam. We know all of these things influence that, and we've got some records on that. And I hope I'm going to use this thing correctly. Yep. Or nope, that went the wrong way. Here we go. And again, I realize that this is some small data, but we've got the program here. It's been around for quite some time. And what I'm going to go over this, and one of the things that I found when I came to work here at Kentucky State University is we didn't have a lot of records on what was normal in goats. I could look up online what was expected of a cow, pigs, even sheep for the most part. We knew what to expect for what a normal birth, normal weaning weight was. When we started looking at that with goats, the numbers weren't there. Well, like I said, I started doing this in 2005. It hasn't taken off the way I would. I do still offer this, but I'm hoping, I don't know how this pointer, okay, come on. If you look here, the overall numbers since we started doing this, we have over 16,592 kid records. And so that 7.56 birth weight is probably a pretty good average and probably isn't going to change much. You can see, we talk about goats being weaned around 90 days. That's about the average with this data set. And this thing, like I said, I much prefer a laser on this, but I realize they can't see it online. But the average weaning weight is about 40.5 pounds. They gain about a little over a third of a pound a day. And we get to adjusted weaning weight of 44.66 pounds on this. So that if somebody's looking at what should my goats do, what should my kids, how should they grow, these are meat goats, that's kind of where I would set those targets as wanting to make sure I'm at least at or above that point. But what I find is a lot of people, if they don't take weights, they don't know what their animals are doing. And below that I've got the last 5 years worth of data. That was, first one was a kid group. In the dams there are 8,982 records. And of those records, and realize people a lot of times will just send me the does that kid out. So I don't have I can't get conception rate or things like that. So they're averaging 1.98 kids per birth, or litter size, total weight of about 13.98 pounds. They're weaning 1.63 pounds, weaning weight of 67.79, that adjusted weight, weaning weight of 76.31. Now that weights on these dam records is total weight of her litter. So a doe with a 13-pound weight basically averages about 6.5 pounds per kid, which if you go up, that's a little bit light. So we realize we're getting some singles, we're getting some triplets in there, things that are lighter, but that's where we're at on that average. I will say this, that it is unfortunate, but I do get kids listed with no parentage listed from some people that submit their data, so I can't guarantee that every doe is there. But something I want to point out here, with that 8,900 plus almost 9,000 does, the average weight that's being reported. Now again, a lot of people don't have scales, so they don't report this, but we're averaging just 104.9 pounds, right at 105 pound average doe weight. Okay? It's amazing to me how many people look out there and say, well, I heard that goats should weigh about 120 to 150 pounds, so that's what my does weigh. But people who are giving me their weights, it's 105 pounds. So remember what Emily said about medicating animals? If people are deworming thinking their goats weigh 120 pounds and they're weighing 105 pounds, you're overdosing them. And not only is that a waste of medication, there could be some other issues, especially when you start doing some things that are way off label, depending on what product you're using, how sensitive they are, and how big of the safety margin that is. That did come down in the past couple of years. We've been up to 111, but that 104.9 is what the overall average is there. Most does are averaging, weaning about 64.5% of their body weight. okay? And I use that kind of as an efficiency, so it's a percentage of her body weight that's in her litter. I don't really talk a whole lot about the sire summary down there, but I do give that to people. And the reason I do that is because of a lot of people will give me birth information. They'll give me the dam, but they don't give me the sire. And some of them it's because, well, I just use one sire, it doesn't matter. Others of them throw 3 or 4 bucks out with the same group of does, so they don't know who the sire is. Okay? But this data can help you benchmark what's going on in your herd. And by selecting and using this data to make your decisions, you can move toward improving the overall performance of your herd. I do know that scales cost money, but I also know that without a scale, how do you know what's happening at your farm? How do you medicate your animals properly without some way to measure that weight? Okay? I've had people tell me, well, I can't get a birth weight on animals. It's like they sell fishing scales at Walmart all the time. You can buy a fishing scale, hang a bucket on there, write down how much that bucket weighs, put the kid in the bucket, write down that weight, then you just have to subtract the weight of the bucket from the weight of the kid in the bucket, and you get the kid's birth weight. If you've got a fancier scale, it'll zero out the bucket, and so you just have to put the kid in the bucket. And I'm looking around the room, and I think all of us learned how to do math. I'm not sure today's kids know how to do math, but it's something that they should learn, okay? But it's important to keep these records and to keep these records well, okay? So, again, we're going to look at, this looks... is some of the data. We utilize this as a tool to set expectations for the herd. We want to reach that average daily gain for the kids at 3.5. Goats don't gain as fast as most of our sheep do. Most of our sheep would be up close to that 5. I do like to see a 5 pound, half a pound a day kind of gain, and we can do that early on. But what happens is, as these kids get older, the doe starts making less milk, and we just don't keep that up, okay? So, it's important to use this. Like I said, we can use this data for benchmarks. If you're interested in participating in that program, if you just contact me by email, and if you've got the program, it's kenneth.andries@kysu.edu. So my first name dot last name at kysu.edu. I can send you the information on doing it. We use a spreadsheet to do this, and so I'll send you an Excel spreadsheet that has the data set. And the Excel spreadsheet I always send, I tell people I put it together with the intent that it would be a whole herd data sheet, but we only use the kid data for this program. But it has tabs. It's got the codes tab that Emily showed you earlier. It's got a kid data tab. It's got a post-weaning weight tab, so you can keep track of kids that you retain. It's got a inventory, it's got a medication, and it's got a breeding tab on it. So it's designed to help keep all of that information there. And I put it together to use in the herd here at Kentucky State University when I started here, because I had to have some sort of a data system if I was going to improve that herd. And I want to say this, a lot of people don't, I've heard a lot of people say, well, the records don't work, the records don't do anything. It's not going to be instant. You're not going to start keeping records and tomorrow all of a sudden everybody's having twins and raising them and they're weighing 50, 60 pounds at weaning and all of this. It takes time. When I started here at Kentucky State University with our herd of goats, with our base herd of goats, we were deworming based on FOMACHA almost monthly on a lot of our does. I started culling those out based on performance, because those does are also the ones that were not having kids. They were losing their kids. They weren't getting pregnant. They weren't raising good kids. Then as time went on, I started adding number of times the doe got dewormed by selective deworming to our cull list. Today, if a doe is dewormed by FOMACHA twice, she gets a ride on the trailer to leave this farm. And we hold pretty strict to that. If we have to deworm her twice due to FOMACHA, she leaves. And what I tell everybody, yes, we have a mixed breed herd out here. We're using primarily Savannah bucks right now, but it's mostly a Spanish Savannah cross herd. But I can assure you, I can go back in our records and find goats that are 7/8 or better boar that have not been dewormed selectively in the past 3 to 4 years. Most people say that's impossible. I'm not going to say it's all due to selection. Some of it's due to management, our forage, our rotational grazing, but it's also due to that selection. So yes, we can defeat the parasite treatment issue, and that's why we talk about resilience or resistance. I'm not going to tell you it's all resistance, but I don't have to deworm. Okay? Not nearly as much as I did when I started here, and our goat herd is bigger now than it was then. So this is an example of that sheet. This is actually the kid data sheet. And again, this is a kid summary sheet. You can see the animals. This is from our farm, just so you know. We don't share people's data with anybody without their permission. But one of the things I'll tell you, we give every kid that comes out of a doe a number. It just so happened those first 3 kids born this past year were born dead or abortions, but they still got a number. Now the importance of that is when we go back and we look at that doe's records, we can at least say we know that she carried kids. We know that she was pregnant. Now if we know what happened to those kids, then she may get a second chance. If we don't, she may not. And we can go down, that number 4 there was born. It was born as a single. Live code was 6, so that's, if I remember right, that was an aborted kid, but we did get a birth weight. On the others, they were found in the field, they didn't get a birth weight. But we don't necessarily keep everything, but we give them credit. We've got our weights. I do adjust for the weights, and you can kind of see how we do this. We've got the sire. We don't put the sire in when the kid is born. We've got our breeding sheet, so we know when the doe was with what buck. We know that it's a 150-day gestation cycle. So we back calculate from that to make sure which of the 2 bucks that we use she was with, and that's who we assign the sire afterwards. Okay, so we use our records that way. Folks, I've been doing this for 17 years. I haven't been as active the last few years as I used to be. But in the time that I was active in this, we had less than half a dozen kids that I wasn't 100% sure who the sire was, just using that date of birth to back calculate to the sire. What that means is we're not having a lot of them right there around plus or minus a few days of when we change that buck. They're either coming plenty early or late enough that I'm sure that it's with the cleanup buck. So this is our contact information. You can see I've got too many titles there. That's why I don't get to come out and play with goats, and it really drives me crazy because I much prefer to play with goats than play with the computer at the office. But that's my contact information and Emily's information there. So I will open it up to questions, I guess, at this point in time.
Rear type was mentioned that it's hereditary. Is that through the dam or the sire when you're getting quads and triplets?
Really and truly, all of the traits are inherited. All the genetic traits come from both sides. The birth type is really the genetic component of it, so it's based on the fertility. So the sire contributes to fertility of his daughters. Not of that kid, but of his daughters. So if you're saving out of him, he's going to contribute to the next generations. Rearing, what happens a lot of times with rearing, if she has twins or triplets and loses one, a lot of that comes down to mothering ability and whether she is able to support them or not. So there is some genetics related to survival. If you've watched your animals, you've seen some kids that are just more go-getters and they're going to find a way to live no matter what. and you've got others that if you give them half a chance, they're going to go lay in the corner and die. So there is some genetics that comes both ways from that. But yes, the fertility is inherited from both sides, but you see it in the daughters, not the current, not his own kid that he sires, but in his offspring. So that's where you see it from the sire side. Okay?
When we start talking about singles, like you have a first-time doe, or let's say 2-3 years she's given you twins and triplets, and then you may end up with a single. I don't necessarily call for singles unless it happens every single year. How do you guys handle those?
You're correct. A lot of times, you know, especially a young doe, depending on the age of the doe, whenever she has her first kids, you can expect a single, especially if she's kidding out at 12 months or so. And I agree, if she's had twins or triplets and then throws a single, give her another chance. And that's part of why we keep the records, so that we can go back and look and see what did she do last year? What did she do the time before? Is she a first-time mother? Is she not? A lot of times, because fertility has a lot to do with nutrition as well, those growing animals, okay, a lot of times they've got to petition enough to raise a set of twins to maintain a twin pregnancy. So that's why we see that with those 12 months, you know, under 24-month births, we're more likely to have a single. Now, I will say this, I bet on that one time and bred some does to kid out a year, and almost all of them had twins. So there's management tied to this as well, okay? But yeah, give them a chance.
So when I change my bucks out about every 2 years so that I don't have too many of inbreeding or anything like that going on. In all the research that I've read, it says that the female controls the amount and the males generally control the sex. How much is that actually true?
The number of kids born in a litter is really determined by the female's fertility, but the buck contributes to the genetics to the fertility of his offspring. So the sire of that doe had an influence on how fertile she was going to be, okay? So that's where it gets a little bit tricky, because when you're talking about the sire's impact, it's on the next generation, not the current generation. And yes, the male controls the sex 100% of the time, okay? So it has the XY and the Y codes for Y chromosome codes for male, X codes for female, XX is female, XY is male, so it can only come from the male side to get the male, okay? The one thing on that though, before somebody says, well, I've got a buck and all he ever does is throw male, so it must be, I need to change him, realize that every kid is a coin flip. It's a 50-50 shot, so it's like flipping a coin each time. And if you flip a coin 50 times, you may get 50 heads. It's not real likely, but it's possible. Because I've had people sit there and say, well, I got to get a different male because I'm getting all the wrong sex. It's like, that's probably not it. It's just next year you may get all the other sex type of thing to balance it out in average, okay?
Aren't males that particularly have more Y chromosomes that they can donate? It's always 50-50, basically, right? Of having a female.
Whenever the cell divides, half the chromosomes go into one sperm, half the chromosomes from that cell go into the other sperm. So it is 50-50, period, in the production. Now, there's always people say, well, you know, there's things that can happen. Yeah, there's always things that can happen. But biologically, it's 50-50, okay? But like I said, sometimes your average has to be on a huge number to get that 50-50 balanced out. So, you know, there is some predisposition, but theoretically, it's 50-50 no matter what, okay? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. I'm assuming y'all are monitoring any other online stuff, so we're good. All right, so I'm going to turn it over, I guess, or do we take a break here? So are we going to take a 5-minute break here and let them run the restroom, or are we going to move on to the next presentation? Okay, I'm hearing that we're going to take a break, so for those of you who are here, the restrooms are just on the side here. If you haven't been here before, give us a 5-minute break, so give you a chance to get up, stretch your legs a little bit, and then we'll come back with Dr. Lay talking about weaning healthcare.
How do I start?
Here, Dr. Jessie Lay will be talking about weaning health management in small ruminants.
All right, good morning. So I'm going to be talking about weaning health management this morning. Now, when we start talking about health, when we start talking about weaning, a lot of these subjects, I could talk, 4 hours just about parasites. I could talk 2 hours about nutrition. But today I want to zoom out, right? Instead of just going into excruciating detail about every little subject, I want to take, kind of a back-off approach and look at the concept of things. So why is weaning so important, or proper weaning so important? Right? So let's look at the economics, right? Farms are supposed to make money. That's what we're here to do. By having proper weaning management, you're going to increase your growth rates, decrease your production losses, and improve the overall health and longevity of your dams. Weaning is one of the most vulnerable times in an animal's life. There's so many things going on, right? And anytime we're talking about health, right, we've got to factor in the immune system. The immune system is really, really complicated, right? But I'm going to try to explain things today in a way that will make it a little bit easier to understand, right? When we talk about the immune system, stress is not our friend, right? Anything that stresses an animal out is going to decrease the immune system and make it more vulnerable to any disease. Right? So the immune system is the body's natural defense system. Defense against any disease agents, defense against parasites, right? It's what keeps the body healthy. The immune system's affected by lots of factors, whether it be genetics, nutrition, the age of the animal, or even the quality of colostrum they got 2 months ago, right? And I talk about stress. Stress is going to suppress the immune system, right? Take out their defense system, right? Stress will increase the susceptibility to any disease, right? Whether we're talking about viruses, bacteria, parasites, right? So everyone's heard about how important it is to get colostrum, right? It's all about the antibodies. When we start talking about ruminant animals, okay, the placenta blocks the fetus from getting any of the antibodies out of the mother's bloodstream, right? The only source of antibodies they're going to get is through that colostrum, right? So during COVID, everybody talked about the antibodies meant you've been exposed, right? So what antibodies are these huge, clunky proteins, right? They're huge. These molecules are giant, right? What they do is when you've been exposed to, let's say, COVID, right? Your white blood cells start producing antibodies. They make these big, clunky proteins, And then the next time you're exposed to COVID, these antibodies attack it before it can do any damage. All right? So when we talk about young lambs, young kids, when they're born, they've got none, right? Their body, their immune system is absolutely a blank slate, right? But when they're born, their intestines have these big gaps, right? There's these big holes in the lining of their intestines. And these holes, see if I can get this to work, right? These holes, these gaps, are going to let those giant proteins seep out. So when they ingest that colostrum, those big antibodies will be able to go out of the intestines and into their bloodstream. But those gaps are going to close after about 12 hours, right? So if we don't get those antibodies before that critical window of those gaps closing, they have no antibodies to fight these future infections, right? So that's why we always talk about colostrum and getting these babies off to a good start, right? But let's say they get really good colostrum. Everything goes perfectly. Well, those antibodies don't last forever. About 6 weeks of age, those antibodies start fading, right? So about 6 weeks of age, they start fading all the way to 12 weeks. At that point, the animal's immune system has to kick in and start doing it themselves, right? So we call colostrum passive immunity because they didn't have to do anything to get it, right? Their mother just gave them that, right? Active immunity, when those antibodies from the colostrum start fading, their own immune system has to step up and start making their own antibodies, right? And that's happening from like 6 to 12 weeks. So, as we start talking about weaning health, we're going to be in that critical time when the animal's immune system is just starting to work for itself. Right? So today I want to talk also about practical management, right? So we have to be practical. You know, our animals aren't going to live in an ivory tower, right? We're going to have to balance our facilities, our labor, right, to find the best practices. And this is going to be a little bit different for everybody's farm, right? It's going to be affected by species, right, your herd size facilities, right, and your individual farm goals. Are you raising show wethers, or are you a dairy operation? All right, so everybody asks me, well, when do I wean? I tell them, on a Friday. Right? It's not just a smart aleck answer, right? You want to wean when you're going to be there. If you work in town, which most of us do, right, you want to wean when you're going to be there. So weekends are a great opportunity for that, right? Early in the day with good weather, right, we're not going to pull them off the mama and throw them out in the middle of an ice storm. Not a good idea. Usually doesn't work too well, right? But it's going to be different with everyone's farm. More importantly, instead of talking about time, I turn the conversation around and start talking about preparation, right? If you remember nothing else I say today, remember this. Weaning is a process, not an event. So preconditioning, we're going to do a lot of things to get these animals ready, right? We're not just pulling them off the mama. We don't do that, right? We're going to make sure they get their vaccines. We're going to make sure that they've been castrated if they need to. We're going to get that done before we stress them out, right? We're going to be creep feeding. Make sure they know what food is, right? And in small ruminants, you know, we start talking about cattle. You know, we're like, okay, well, you can wean them at 5, 6 months of age. With small ruminants, age is less important, and it's more about size and feed consumption, right? So lambs' kids, optimal weaning, you want them to be at least 40, 50 pounds. Now, you guys know a single is going to get there a whole lot faster than those twins are, right? So you can wean in multiple groups. You don't have to wean everybody at once, right? You can, when the singles get up to 50 pounds, you can wean those. And the ones that are still a little bit smaller, it's okay to give them more time. Right. Also, it's going to be affected by how the dam is doing. We can't leave her out of the picture, right? All right, so they kind of break it up into early versus late weaning. Both have their advantages, right? So why would I want to early wean, defined as 60 days or before, right? High-producing females, right? Because there's a lot of stress involved with giving birth and then lactating, right? And if they're heavy milkers, right, that's going to be even more stress on the dam, right? Getting those kids away from her makes her life a whole lot easier. And dams with multiples, especially if they've got triplets or quads, right? That's a perfectly good reason to pull those kids off early, right? Dairy operations. Dairy operations, we have a whole lot of bottle babies. And the sooner we wean them, then the sooner we get them off milk, right? And we don't want them drinking up all our profits, right? In some areas, if you have show wethers, right, if you can get them on feed, you can actually push them, right? We need to get males separated before they get to breeding age. But then let's think about the benefits of late weaning. Separation's less stressful, right? When you get on out to 90, 120 days, by that point, mama's sick of them anyway, right? You have less risk of mastitis of your dams, right? We don't want mastitis. Lower management, right? You're going to have less feed cost, right? Because she's still going to be feeding them for a while, right? Your offspring may be eating, foraging better, and you'll have less of risk of urinary calculi, especially in some of your goats. Right? So I want to go back to talking about stress of weaning, right? We know stress is bad for the immune system, so what's stressing them out? Well, I mean, goats, everything stresses them out, but specifically at weaning, right? So on the dam side, she's going to get separated from her babies, right? They may be annoying, but she loves them anyway, right? Right? She doesn't want to see them go. But she's going to have a huge, huge shift in her metabolism, right? This udder, which has been just producing all the milk she possibly could, all of a sudden just got to stop, right? Go from 90 to nothing. Right? And she's going to have some stress with the vocalization, right? Because she's calling for her. She's like, where'd you go, right? Now, on the offspring side, you've got a ton of stress as well, but we're going to talk about the dam first, right? Well, they say great products come from great factories, right? When you start talking about your breeding stock, right, this is an investment. So think of just, okay, the sheer value of buying a 2-year-old breeding quality animal versus the cull price at a stockyards, right? We take these girls, most of the time it's 2 years before they kid or lamb, right? There are some yearlings that'll be big enough to breed, but most of the time, right? So that way you fed them for 2 years before you start making any money. Right? So that first 2 years of feed is you putting money into them and not getting anything out, right? You with me? So what if they have 2 sets of kids, right? You breed them 2 years, and then there's something wrong with them and you got to cull them, right? She probably didn't make you that much money. But if you can find a quality dam and you take care of her, And that dam can go through 5 or 6 breeding cycles, right? Then you start making money off of her. Y'all with me? Okay. All right. So when we start talking about the dam and this weaning process, right? What is her forage source quality, right? So what I'm saying is, how do your pastures look, right? Because right now, she's eating the pasture, and then she's got to produce milk to feed these little ones, right? If your pasture quality is poor, weaning early might be better because you're getting stress off of her. There's only so much she can do. But now, on the other hand, if you've got these lush pastures, like I said, her body condition score's a 4, right? She just got a single on her, right? There's nothing wrong with late weaning. Let her do the work so we don't have to, right? But now, if she's got triplets on her, and there's not a whole lot of grass, and she's getting thin, to take care of her, then you do early wean to get that pressure off of her. So I want to talk about the udder a little bit, right? So peak lactation is at about a month after lambing or kidding, right? That's when their milk production is going to be at its highest, right? So at that point, those mammary glands said they are revved up, they're at full production, right? Let's think about the amount of energy that lactation requires. So this is a picture I usually put up for my animal science class. A dairy cow usually gives like 100 pounds of milk, right? That milk is about 5% sugar, right? Okay, well that doesn't sound too bad, right? Until you look at that bag of sugar, right? Think about that dairy cow dumping an entire 5-pound bag of sugar in one day out of her udder. That is a huge energy demand, right? So now goats, they're not giving 100 pounds, but you can still see all of the fat, all of the sugar, all the nutrients that go into milk, right? She's got to consume that much plus more to account for her own body. Right? So when we go to dry her up, right, there are several things we can do to make this process a little bit easier. Right? What causes them to dry up or stop producing milk? Right? The pressure. When she is not milked or nursed, the pressure of milk in the udder will actually stop the production. But also, we can adjust her metabolism, what she's eating, to help out as well. Right? Sorry, I got a little ahead of myself. Right? So she's going to have this sudden change in metabolism. Do not pull the kids off of her and then throw her into a really lush pasture with everything she wants to eat. That's not going to help, right? Because her udder's already revved up for production status, right? And by giving her all she wants to eat, that's not going to help us. Actually, what you want to do is a week before you wean these kids or lambs, right? You need to cut her nutrient intake back. You're just going to cut the feed off all of a sudden, right? That's going to make her metabolism go into shock and be like, oh my gosh, I can't keep producing this milk. And it's going to slow her production down before you ever get to the day of weaning. Does that make sense? The day before weaning, take all her food away, right? Dry lot, nothing. Because what we're trying to do is slow down her body from producing milk. You'll hear some producers will take away water or limit water that first day during weaning. You don't want to take water out completely. They still do need some water, and especially if it's a hot day, right? But you can limit it, but you don't necessarily have to, right? So with the dam, our big health concern during weaning is mastitis, right? So mastitis, fancy word for infection of the udder. That's all it is. Usually bacterial, right? They may go off feed. They may have a fever. The udder can be swollen, hard, lumpy, or it can just be asymmetrical. You can see in this girl, there wasn't a whole lot of heat. It wasn't that hard, lumpy, but you can see how one side is so much bigger, right? So this is more of a subclinical mastitis, right? So treatment for mastitis, right? It's an infection, so you give antibiotics, right? Antibiotics, antibacteria, right? Anti-inflammatories to get the swelling down, and then supportive care. All right, so back to these stressors. Now, the much larger list here are the stresses put on the lambs, the kids. So they're going to be separated from the dam, right? That's a change, going to stress them out. They're going through a lot of nutritional changes. Their environment's going to change. They're going to have the irritation of their vocal cords. We're going to be commingling them, shuffling them around into different groups. I told you earlier, we still got that immune system that's developing, right? It's not there yet. Parasites, they're just now getting exposed to parasites, right? When they were drinking milk, they didn't have to worry about that, right? We're going to castrate them, give them vaccines, right? We may haul them from one farm to another. So there's a lot going on here that we can look at. Yeah. I do. Weaning is one of the only times I'm going to blanket deworm, and I got a slide all about that. I get getting ahead of me here. You know where I'm going, though, right? So nutrition, right? So here's something that a lot of people don't know, right? Is that sheep and goats, newborn sheep and goats, are not true ruminants yet. When they're born, their rumen is just a little pouch and it's not doing anything, right? So their whole digestive system is going to change between birth and 3 to 4 months old. So if you look at these pictures here, see if I can get my clicker to work. All right, so this top one, the rumen is this really small little pouch and it's sitting there not doing anything, all right? The abomasum, that's the true stomach. That works just like our stomach. When they, okay, so when they first start drinking milk, like I said at birth, all right, hold on. All right. They have something called an esophageal groove, right? So if you see the dotted line there in the top figure, right, milk is going to come down the esophagus, and then there's this big fold that's going to shift all the liquids straight to the stomach. Okay? Like I said, and at that point, the rumen's just sitting there not doing anything. So their digestive system at that point is almost like yours or ours, right? But now look at this bottom picture. This is a true ruminant. This is what their stomach's going to look like by the time they're 3 or 4 months old. The rumen's huge, right? That abomasum, that's the same pocket, but look at the size of the rumen. So this first 3 to 4 months of life, right? It's not just that the diet has changed. Their entire digestive system changed. Okay? What happens when they get to be, we've all seen this, right? 2 to 3 weeks old. You'll start seeing them eat pieces of straw, and you're like, what are you doing? They'll look at mama, and they'll start nibbling on stuff, right? At that point, they're not getting the nutrients out of it yet, but they're learning. So what happens about 2 to 3 weeks of age, little pieces of hay, little pieces of straw, they start munching on. They're really just playing with it at that point. They don't really know yet. Are going to go into the rumen. The rumen's going to start the fermentation, right? All those little microbes have to develop. That whole compartment has to stretch, right? So this is a process. So no, they can't go from milk, that first diagram, to being a true ruminant overnight. If they've never had those little pieces of straw to slowly let that rumen develop, I mean, you can't go from that to that overnight. It doesn't happen, right? So that's why it's important for these little guys, right? When they're a month old, they're not getting a whole lot of nutrients off hay or grain yet. They're still getting most of their nutrients from the milk. But the more they pick at it, right, the more that rumen, the faster that rumen is developing, right? Before we pull them off milk, we want to have a fully functioning rumen, right? Right? Rumens, right, they can make protein when there is none, right? A ruminant can take forage that's got next to no protein in it, right? Very low protein levels. They can take random nitrogen and synthesize the body's own proteins, right? The rumen makes its own vitamins, right? All your B vitamins, it makes themselves. Right? You don't have to feed them B vitamins when they're an adult with a functioning rumen. Now, kids, you do. You've got to make sure that any kid milk replacer or milk, that they're getting all the vitamins they need, right? Which brings me into, right? So polio and encephalomalacia. Who's had an animal with polio? Right? Right. So polio is a deficiency of vitamin B1. Right? Now, this is common in kids. Like I said, the adults with a healthy, functioning rumen make their own B vitamins. But these kids can't yet, not until their rumen is developed and healthy. And even then, even once they have developed the rumen, if they get digestive upset, such as bloat, anything that can cause diarrhea, right? If that rumen gets upset, it can quit producing those B vitamins, and you can see this, right? Things to look for with polio, right? It's called stargazing. First symptom is these animals act like they're blind. You'll see them running into stuff or just staring up at stars, right? And over 24 hours, that can quickly progress to them being down, going into seizures, and even death. Right? The treatment, right, if it's a thiamine deficiency, to fix it, we're going to give them that thiamine or vitamin B1, right? Anti-inflammatories, because there's a lot of effects on the brain going, and supportive care, right? So, back to the weaning, right? We want to creep feed, or at least make sure that these animals are eating solid feed. Right? We want to make sure that that rumen has developed before we pull them off of grain, right? Now, we want to encourage them to eat as much food as they possibly can. So what do? We make sure it tastes good, right? Highly palatable diets, right? We want to feed high quality. Like I said, functioning rumens can make their own protein from a low quality protein. But in these little guys, that rumen's not completely developed yet. So we're going to want to feed them extra high quality proteins to make sure they're getting enough. Okay? Kids and lambs, before you think about weaning them, they need to be eating about 1% of their body weight a day. Okay? Bottle babies, oh, we all love bottle babies, right? So, they usually have weaker immune systems. Most of the time, they're a bottle baby because something happened in that first 24 hours. So what was the quality of the colostrum they got? Right? The books will tell you they can be weaned as early as 3 weeks. Personal opinion, I think that's too early. Right? I take them up to about at least 6 weeks. Right? Because we want to make sure that rumen is developed before we start switching that feed around. Right. We've got to closely monitor their intake, which if they're bottle babies, that's actually a little easier. Right. You can slowly decrease the frequency of the bottles, right? So that way it doesn't have to be as sudden. But the good news about bottle babies is they don't have the stress of separation because they weren't with mama anyway. All right. So vaccines. It's best if you vaccinate them and give them the booster before weaning time, right? So the way vaccines work, right, is they expose the animal to a mild form of the disease or deactivated form, right? They expose them to this bacteria, but the bacteria is not alive to hurt them. But what it does is those white blood cells are like, they see this, and they start making antibodies. So the next time they're exposed, there's those antibodies that they've made themselves, right, on board, ready to fight whatever they're exposed to. Right? Now we know this weaning is going to be stressful, right? We want when we expose them to the vaccine, we want the vaccine, their immune system, to be able to look at the vaccine and respond to it, right? And I told you the stress is decreasing the immune system. So we don't want to give that vaccine within 2 weeks of weaning, right? We want to give the vaccine, let it work, and then wait a couple minutes before we stress them out. All right, so the big vaccine we talk about is CD&T, right? So CD&T is for Clostridium perfringens, type C and D, and tetanus, right? They get their first vaccine at about 6 weeks, right? And to be followed up by the booster 3 to 4 weeks later. And yes, they have to have the booster. One vaccine isn't enough, right? So I want to admit I'm terrible with names. If I meet somebody once, I don't see them for 6 months, right? I'll see them, I'll know their face, and I'll know where I met them at, but their name I won't remember, right? But if I meet somebody and then I see them again 2 or 3 weeks later, right? I remember them, I know their name then. So think about the booster vaccine like that, right? If you just give the initial vaccine and you don't follow it up, well, it's like they've seen that bacteria once and then forgot all about it, right? But if you give them that initial vaccine and then come back with the booster, right, they remember it. And then if they're exposed to that, they're like, hey, I know what this is, okay, right? And we can do this on an average because people get, don't miss the forest for the trees here, right? If you've got like 40 kids or lambs, it can be the average. It doesn't have to be when each of them are exactly 6 weeks old. We don't have to be that exact, right? Base it on, I usually, if you've got a group of animals that are going to be pretty close in age, just base it on the youngest one. It's what I usually do. But, so, thou shalt always give an initial vaccine and booster before banding males, right? So, in my animal science classes, I tell my kids, I use that word shall, right? Shall is the commandments. You really mean it. And the reason is tetanus. So tetanus is this little bug. It's anaerobic or anti-air, and it loves to set up infections in wounds that aren't getting oxygen, right? And when we put that rubber band around the testicles, what we're doing is we're letting that testicles rot, but there's no oxygen getting inside of them, right? You usually don't get tetanus infections in an open wound, right? If I don't know, stepped on a piece of tin and just laid my leg open, right? Oxygen getting into that wound actually prevents tetanus. But when we put a rubber band on those testicles and it's not getting air, right, and it's going to sit there and rot, we are setting up the perfect environment, right? So always, 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 always make sure they've had 2 tetanus vaccines before you band them. Okay, we're getting there. All right, vocalization. Anybody ever been to a football game in the South? Right? Right. So I went to school at Auburn. Good times. All right? You go to these football games and you're yelling, you're cheering your team on, you're trying to make that stadium so loud that the quarterback can't hear the calls. But the next day you wake up and your throat's like, oh my gosh. Right? So when we separate these guys, right, your neighbors are always complaining because they're out there calling for mama, mama's calling for baby, right? And they just won't shut up. Right? Just that process of the vocalization causes irritation to those vocal cords, right in the throat. Right? Their throat's going to be sore because they've been sitting there screaming all night. That's going to make them even more susceptible to respiratory tract infections, right? So we see a lot of pneumonia. But those vocal cords, their throat, got really irritated while they were out there screaming. Right? So then you get bacteria that gets into those already raw vocal cords or down into the lungs, and it can set up a pneumonia. All right? So causes pneumonia. Usually they go off feed, right? The respiratory rate, they'll be breathing harder. They'll be lethargic, coughing, nasal discharge, and a fever, right? You almost always get a fever. Right? So if you call me, my clients call me, and they're like, man, I got a kid, and he just ain't doing right. First thing I'm going to ask you is, do they have a fever? Right? Because if you have coccidia or parasites, coccidia and parasites don't make them have a fever. But pneumonia, if you tell me their temperature is 105, that's the first thing on my list. All right, we're getting there. Just a few more slides, guys. Right? So castration should not be done within 2 months, 2 weeks before or after weaning, right? When we castrate them, we want it to have time to heal, right? We're going to go ahead and castrate them while they're still happy, right? And we're going to let them go ahead and heal before we stress them out or ruin their lives, right? All right. So ease and handling. Right. And when it comes to working livestock, right, has anybody ever heard the expression, the slower you move, the faster you'll go? Right? What do I mean by that? Right? Go slow. We've got a really nice setup up there, our chute system and working pen. Man, you get these babies in there, and it's still like you're trying to herd cats. It's awful. They're dumb, they're running into walls, they're getting stuck in corners, they're jumping, they're screaming, right? Oh. Take your own pulse, right? Don't let yourself get too frustrated. Because if you get frustrated, you start being loud, right? You're just going to freak them out even more. Then they're going to be throwing themselves up against walls and doing what they do, right? So ease and handling. Patience is not one of my things, but this is a situation where you really, really got to try, right? All right, so parasites. So the immune system also affects parasite immunity, all right? So a lot of people will call me and they'll be like, oh yeah, I have a lamb and it's 3 weeks old and it's got diarrhea. So I dewormed it. Why? All right. Because they get parasites when they start consuming forages, correct? And then when they consume parasite larvae, it takes 3 to 4 weeks before those parasite larvae are actually adult worms. So if an animal is 3 weeks old and it has diarrhea, worms are not the problem. Coccidia could be. But there's no reason to deworm a 3-week-old kid, right? Because we know it's going to take at least a month from the time they consume that first parasite larva until there's actually even adult worms there, right? most of the time, they're going to end up being 2 to 3 months old before they need deworming. So, Dr. Andrews referred to resistance versus resilience earlier, right? Have you guys all heard those terms, right? So resistance is that they don't get infected with worms. Resilience is they might have a ton of worms, but they don't get sick from them. But that can change on a dime. So you can have an animal that's very resilient to parasites. They can be absolutely loaded with them, but be handling it all right. And then all of a sudden you stress them out, and that resilience is gone, right? They've had parasites the whole time, but it didn't affect them because their immune system was, on top of things. So we know we're about to stress them out. Like I said, I'm getting ready to really upset this thing next week. So as David mentioned earlier, this is one of the times when it is okay to blanket deworm. You don't have to, but when weaning, pre-weaning, right, this is one time where it's okay to do the whole group, right? Because we know their immune system's still weak, right? They just got exposed. It's the first time they've ever seen homunculus, right? Their immune system's working on it, but it hadn't figured it out yet. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself again. All right, so coccidia. Now, coccidia, the incubation time from the first little coccidia, it consumes till it can actually start showing symptoms, can be as early as 3 weeks, right? But usually it's a little bit longer. Bottle babies with terrible immune systems, they can show coccidiosis as early as 3 weeks. A lot of our mineral can have a coccidiostat in it, right? That's a preventative. It's not a treatment, it's preventative. But Rumensin, Bovatec, Decox, right? Having those in your mineral may prevent problems from developing with coccidia, right? You'll know that your mineral has it. If your mineral has it in there, it'll have like a giant sticker that says, "Do not let horses look at it." Right? Horses aren't even allowed to look at Rumensin, right? So make sure that your mineral or your feed, it just has to be one of the two of them, right? And we're going to feed that to prevent problems, right? Now the environment. We said we're going to change the environment on them, right? So it is best to separate the adults from the young, not the other way around. Right? What we all want to do, I know, I've done it too, right? When you go to wean them, you take the kids off and you go throw them into another pasture, right? Let's think about this for a second, right? We're talking about the stress they're going through. So you have completely changed their environment, right? Now, what's best is if you move the adults and the babies into a field, right? Because when you put them into a new field, they've got to learn where the water is, where the fences go, where is the feed trough. This is really stressful for these little guys, right? But they've got to get used to the pen they're in. What if there's a new shelter, right? They were okay with the big barn, but now there's these little hut-looking things. Maybe they're claustrophobic. They don't know what that is. Right? So you want them to be used to the environment they're in before you take mama away. So what's best to do is take the whole set, mama and babies, put them in the field you want to wean into, leave them there for a couple days, and then pull mamas out. Right? Because this lets them be cool with their new feed troughs, their new water. They know where everything is. Right? And guardian dogs. Right? So if they've been raised with, I don't know, give me a dog's name, right? Spot, right? They're used to Spot. They know Spot's not going to hurt them. But then you put them into another pen, there's this dog they've never met, and they're like, I don't know about this, y'all. So keep everything as familiar as possible. Right? It's the little things that we can help with. Right? Bunk space. Right? Give these guys plenty of bunk space. Right? Because, and especially goats, a goat will sit there and starve to death before it goes and challenges a bully. It will. He'll stand back in the corner. It's not fighting for food. Be like, she's mean. Right? You want to separate them in groups where they're all going to be about the same size. Right? Don't ever put horned and dehorned animals in together. Right? That goat without horns, I mean, it's like bringing a knife to a gunfight. Ain't gonna work, right? Because they can't defend themselves, right? So you want to keep them where they have an adequate, fighting chance of getting at that trough. If they have to go fight a bully, or if there's not enough space, that's going to decrease them from eating, right? Right there, we want to make eating as easy as possible. The more they eat, the more weight they gain, the more money I make, right? Okay. So separating into groups, I already said that. And you're going to have to adjust this as it goes through. Some of them are going to be growing faster, right? New bullies will develop. But pay attention. If you see a group of goats or kids or lambs, whichever, if you see some that aren't getting up to the trough, right, then regroup. Put them into a group with the smaller ones. Right? So the stress of separation, this part, terrible. But at some point, Mama doesn't love you anymore. We got to cut them apron strings, right? This part's got to happen. It's going to be stressful, but it's stress we can't avoid. And even in humans, the time to do it is debatable, right? But it has to happen. All right, so you'll read about fence line contact. There's been a lot of research in cattle that promote this. So fence line weaning means that you have them where they're adjacent pens, right? And in cattle, just being able to go up to the fence and smell Mama and talk to her, right? Just that. I had great results in the weaning process. They weren't as stressed because they could at least talk to Mama. Now, as hard as it is to keep goats in, I think you're tempting fate there doing it with any small ruminants. But I don't know that there's been a whole lot of research done. That is something you'll hear, and there's not really enough research done yet to tell us if it's helpful or not. All right, so that's all I got today. And then, like I said, there are so many things. I could talk an hour about any one of those slides. But the biggest thing is decreasing the stress, right? That's going to improve the entire process. All right. That's all I have. Yeah.
Any work done that you know of, or have you all done any work on timing of castration and weaning in regards to the proper signs?
Signs of the moon?
Yeah.
So I believe in the signs of the moon, but there's absolutely no scientific data that supports it. But I still wean by the signs.
We make a project to do that, to study that?
So the research goats are Dr. Andrews. We'll have to hit him up for that. But yeah, and especially like castrating, I always do it by the signs. You talk to another vet, they'll be like, my knife's already sharp, right? But maybe a little bit of superstition, but what does it hurt to go by the signs? I mean, it's not going to hurt anything to do it. But we can try to set up some projects just to see what happens.
I give my booster CD&T shot, how soon after that is it acceptable to castrate?
Okay, so the booster, all right, is that second, like I said, the second time you meet somebody. When we give a vaccine, here's the thing. So you kind of opened a can of worms there, right? So when we give a vaccine, the science says that vaccine's not fully effective for 10 days, correct? All right, so you give the vaccine today, that vaccine is fully working 10 days from now. All right, so the incubation time of tetanus is also about 10 days. So if I ban them today, it takes 10 days for them to show the symptoms. So a lot of people will castrate when they give that last booster. Theoretically, right, you'd have that vaccine on board 10 days before you did. But when we start talking about balancing practical management, right, are you going to get them up and give them all their booster vaccine today, then get them up next week too? Right, that would be a pain. So I'm going to tell you that, yes, you should wait 10 days between giving that booster and actually putting that rubber band on. Now, if you put that rubber band on the same day you give the booster, you see how that time period, both of them are 10 days, you're creating a race between that bacteria and the vaccine working. So yes, the answer is theoretically 10 days before. Some people can get away with doing it the day of the booster, but there's a gray area that you're running into.
Are the challenges castration versus banding with tetanus? Is one kind of sort of better than the other?
So most of our small ruminants are going to be banded, right, because it's less stressful on them. You start talking about goats that have mature testicles, like once their testicles are developed, going through puberty, anything after 3 months old, you've got to sedate them to actually open that scrotum up. Now, you're thinking of cattle. Yeah, cattle that are open castrated rarely get tetanus, because like when you actually make an incision in the scrotum and jerk those testicles out, air's getting up in there. And I said, tetanus likes wounds that don't have any air. So in cattle, yes, you have less of a risk if you open castrate them, right? But in sheep and goats, especially goats, right, if you're going to open that scrotum up, you've got to sedate them, and the sedative has more of a risk than anything else. So I do recommend banding them still. We just know what we're going to do, so we plan ahead and make sure they've had that tetanus vaccine. So the first vaccine, give when they're like 6 weeks old-ish. Like I said, it's going to vary because all your goats aren't going to be the same age at the same time. Like I said, they came over a span of 3 or 4 weeks, so we're going to wait till that little one's about 6 weeks. All right, we're going to give the vaccine. All right, now we need to wait 3 to 4 weeks for a booster. So now they're about 10 weeks old. All right, 9, 10 weeks old. It's 2.5 months. All right, wait another 2 weeks. All right, they'll be 3 months. So first booster, 6 weeks-ish, or the first vaccine, the booster, 9, 10 weeks-ish, and then 2 weeks after that, so they'd be like 12 weeks. Right. Any more questions? Okay. All righty. I don't know if lunch is ready or not. All right, so lunch is ready. Everybody get something to eat, and I think there's a couple more speakers after lunch.
Excuse me, we're about ready to begin. Okay, some of you all know who I am. I am Linda Bocris, and I have been with Kentucky Agribility for the last 11 years. I have a new duty now. I am working with beginning ranchers and farmers here in Kentucky. It is kind of geared toward those people who have farmed for less than 10 years or are starting a new enterprise. Some of those will be transitioning out of the military. Some of them have graduated from school and are thinking about taking over their parents' farm, grandparents' farms, whatever. But this will be a 3-year program. We will start on May the 13th with our first. Shelley has some flyers. I have some extra ones up here. But on May the 13th, please think about joining us here at KSU Farm, and we will start talking about funding. We will talk about business planning. We will talk about different business enterprises. And then Dr. Lucas will take you down and onto the farm and show you about cover crops and that kind of thing with his organic group. So this is a good program. It is free. Lunch will be served that day. We will have some more questions and answers for you. We will have a lot of specialists here. And we will also get you started on your business planning and realistic approaches. We want you to be sustainable. We want you to keep going. And we want to make sure that you are profitable at it. Now that's the key, right? Being sustainable and being profitable. So as anybody who has started a farm, you know that the first few years are really important, but they are also the years of learning. And if you're looking to start the farm or to make your farm a little more profitable, know that it doesn't come easy. So we are going to start from the get-go from scratch. We are going to start with the business planning, and then we can start with land acquisitions, and like I said, some funding opportunities, and putting you in touch with the people in your area that can be of the most help for you. At the bottom of this flyer, there is a place to get in touch with me. We have not put up the registration yet. It will be up the first of the week. And there you can put any questions or anything else you want us to know. But we look forward to meeting with you all. We will be doing this again in the Eastern Kentucky and again in Western Kentucky. But this will be our initial meeting, and it is for the general population of veterans, small farms, minorities, women, farmers, which now make up at least 50% of the farm owners in the state of Kentucky. So we will be talking to anybody that is interested in farming, and that includes all areas. Somebody told me today that horses weren't farming, but in Kentucky, that's considered an agricultural thing, along with aquaculture and a few of the other odd things out there. So please come and join us on the 13th. Like I said, it is a free conference type thing, and you'll learn a lot.
All right, thank you. It should be a really good thing, and like she said, it's very important, especially for people just getting into it or people who haven't been involved in farming for very long. It's a really good opportunity for y'all. And as I keep trying, I'm going to keep trying to move out of the camera so that they can't see me online. But it's very important if you can get signed up for one of these programs. There's a lot of stuff out there. We know that agriculture is not always the easiest or most profitable business in the world, but it's important that people do things right in order to be profitable. And one of the things that I always tell the students in classes is, she mentioned sustainable and profitable. You can't be sustainable if you're not profitable. Because if a business is not profitable, it will not stay in business, so therefore it can't be sustained. So just remember that that's one of the very critical things about this is you've got to be able to do a good business plan. And with the cost of everything today, and as all of you know, interest rates have just gone up by the feds, so the cost of borrowing money keeps going up. It's very important to make sure that you can meet those ends and make the stuff work well. One of my frustrations, they always do beginner farmers, and I know a lot of farmers who've been farming for 15, 20, 30 years who could use some of the same information. So we're going to move on with the goat program at this point in time. We asked the Sheep and Goat Development Office if they would like an opportunity, because I'd like to give them a chance to make sure everybody knows what's going on and what they've been doing. So they're going to come here and talk for a little bit. But first, we've got Dr. Beth Johnson, who is one of our state veterinarians out there. Some of you know Beth from before she went to work for the state and was one of our private practice small ruminant vets. And we're going to give her the opportunity. As I told somebody else, please understand something with my administrative appointments now. I begged Emily, and she was gracious enough to put this together for you. So I'm not 100% sure of everything, but I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Johnson.
All right. Thanks a bunch for sticking with us for this afternoon session. One thing in the state veterinarian's office, just want to kind of tell y'all what I do. I'm director of animal health, and I essentially cover the state of Kentucky. I'm the only veterinarian in the state veterinarian's office that goes out and does foreign animal disease investigations, works with producers, works with veterinarians, et cetera, et cetera. So it's given me the opportunity to get out in the state and see a lot of producers. Just a little bit on my background. I've raised small ruminants since the early 70s. So, and I was a little kid then, so just wanted to, and you know, these small ruminants, I learn something every day, and I never quit learning. And don't feel discouraged when you're raising them. You'll have some bad experiences, but overall, the good experiences outweigh the bad. But you learn every day, and you never stop learning when you're raising these guys. One thing that I wanted to cover today is the National Scrapie Eradication Program. You guys know that there's a Scrapie tag that you have to put in the goat's ear before you take them to the market. Why do you have to put this silly little tag in this poor animal's ear to do that? Well, that's what I'm going to cover today, is why you have to do that. But it is a program. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but we cannot export to a lot of countries. And the reason is because we have not eradicated Scrapie in the United States. We still have cases show up. And so until we can do that, then we cannot export to certain countries. And that's extremely important for our export market. As you go into agriculture, you find out how important exports are. We import tons of lamb and goat from Australia and other countries. And the import almost exceeds the production in the United States. So, if we could get, exports, if we could get that export market, we could probably see the level of sheep and goat production increase in the United States. So let me figure this sucker out. All right. So what is Scrapie? It is a fatal, always fatal, degenerative disease affecting the central nervous system of these critters. Once they are infected with the Scrapie organism, there is no cure, there is no treatment. Scrapie is caused by an infectious misfolded protein called a prion. There's still tons of research to do on prions. This was not, the prion organism was not identified until probably about 15, 20 years ago. Truly identified. So it usually affects sheep and goats. The effects of Scrapie, they can get infected at birth, but they don't demonstrate the disease until they're about 2 to 5 years of age. That's important. Scrapie belongs to the family of diseases known as transmissible spongiform encephalopathies. And some of the other ones that affect other species is bovine spongiform encephalopathy, or BSE in cattle. And as you guys well know, there's a significant case in 2001, the day before Christmas. A cow was identified with BSE. That cow was finally traced back to Canada, but at the time when she was identified, we thought it, they said it was in, a United States-born animal. Well, disease to detect the disease and follow it back to see where that animal came from is extremely important. So BSE, that cow is the one that everybody says stole Christmas from all the cattle producers, because the export market shut down in the beef cattle world, or in cattle world. And that affected, it took almost, I think China just now, recently, the export market opened up in China. And that's because we've had to do surveillance for BSE and prove that we are doing the surveillance to detect the BSE in cattle. Same thing with Scrapie, all right? Something else that you've probably heard about is chronic wasting disease in deer and elk. Fortunately, y'all hear that loud enough? We do not have CWD in the state of Kentucky. We got a scare last fall because 8 miles from our border in Tennessee, they had a positive deer. But we have, the Fish and Wildlife has increased surveillance down in those areas, and we have yet to detect CWD in either farmed or wild cervids. So that's pretty good for us. And then in humans, this is where BSE comes into play, is that they suspect that people that come down with the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease have eaten beef that were infected with BSE. So that's why these diseases are regulated. There is a classical Scrapie disease, and then a symptom they call NOR98-like Scrapie disease, which is considered non-classical. Your classical one is where the animal exhibits the severest forms, the itching and the rubbing and the central nervous system. The only difference between classical and well, there's several differences, but one of the biggest difference is transmission. Classical Scrapie is passed from mama to baby, primarily. That's why when you have a Scrapie positive animal, they have to trace that animal back to the flock of origin. That's where the significance of that Scrapie tag comes into play. And then they have to identify all of that animal's ancestry, either the sire dam, but also the progeny moving forward, and isolate those and test those. The NOR98-like Scrapie is random, essentially. Usually in older animals, and it's kind of like the non-typical BSE in cattle. You have your classical and non-typical in cattle of BSE. The classical Scrapie will usually infect more than one animal in an infected flock. 18% of the mature genetically susceptible sheep in an infected flock are infected. That means when you have a positive Scrapie flock, means that 18% of those animals in that flock are usually infected. That's just historical evidence. Whereas NOR98 is rarely found in more than one animal in a flock. The other thing that's really important is when they do identify the NOR98-like Scrapie or non-classical Scrapie, they do not have to report that as a Scrapie disease to the OIE. Okay? And so you identify that animal, and that flock is not truly quarantined, but they do go in and do some traces on that flock. But it's not as bad as a classical Scrapie. And they can tell the difference in the laboratories. But if you have an animal with classical Scrapie, your flock is quarantined, you can't do any shipping out, you can't do any shipping, you don't want to bring any animals in. And the unfortunate thing is that it has to be diagnosed through post-mortem, almost always. And we harvest. I am so bad about dropping things. But you have to harvest the brainstem. Well, you can't do that without them being alive. So, kind of crucial to have a brainstem to be functioning. So, what are some of the clinical signs? That sheep up in the right-hand corner is your poster child for Scrapie. You can see she's pulling wool, she's unthrifty, she doesn't feel good. They itch like crazy. And then in the terminal stages, they will have locomotor issues and they can circle, they can do stargazing, anything you can imagine that would be like a neurological sign, you'll see. So this is a little YouTube video of a goat with Scrapie. As you can see, she's not super steady on her feet. She wants to kind of circle around. She's got that head tremor going on, shaking of the head, and what they consider as hyperesthesia. In other words, she hyperreacts to stimuli. Okay, let me see. All right, histopath, in the histopath slides, the slide, hold it down, right? Oh, oops. Okay, this one. Huh? Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. So this is your infected animal. See all those white areas? That's just what you think it is. It's air. This is a normal histopath of a brainstem or obex of a normal animal, and this is your abnormal. And what happens, these prions go in and they kill nerve cells, which is your brain, and they cause tiny holes in the brain. And it causes dementia. You know, if you were a human, you'd say dementia and those types of things. You know, they kind of have a behavioral change, may get a little crazy on you. But these prions, the body doesn't recognize them as foreign, and they don't have the enzyme to react to them and remove them from the brain. Like I said earlier, the incubation period can range anywhere from 2 to 5 years. Once the signs begin, you start to see those signs, the animal's condition slowly gets worse, and that usually takes about several months for the animal to die. Now, is there any transmission in the environment? There is. So in the classical Scrapie, the primary mode of transmission is from mother to offspring, but you can also have environmental as well. So when the Scrapie organism enters the animal, it, usually through the ingestion of the fluids during delivery, etc. It also can enter through the skin, any cuts in the skin, and when the prion goes in, it enters the lymphatic system, and that's why it makes its way up to the central nervous system. But you can actually identify them in lymph nodes in the intestinal tract, the conjunctiva of the eye. You can identify these prion organisms, but it's primarily in the obex or the brainstem is where the confirmatory testing is done. So they actually, like I said on that slide, that histopath slide, that's how they do histopathology, and that's how they identify whether this animal is truly positive to Scrapie organism. There is an antemortem test, which means you can test them before, and I've done a couple of them on sheep, where you take do a rectal biopsy sample. And it sounds horribly painful, but it's actually very easy to do. But it's not 100%. So if we do have an animal that's exhibiting signs and we don't want to sacrifice that animal, we will do a rectal biopsy first and send that in, and hopefully it'll be negative. But if the animal condition, continues to get worse, then we would recommend for the owner to euthanize and have that animal tested for Scrapie at a diagnostic lab. So you can do genotype testing, and this is how it's really helped the sheep industry, because this disease is primarily in the sheep industry. But they have gone to where they get, they test the rams, because how many flocks have more, you've got 100 ewes, well, you may just throw 2 rams out there with them. So if you can get a ram that has an R gene, which means, is usually resistant, then he can, half of his offspring, even if you bred them to ewes that were susceptible to Scrapie with their genotype, half of his offspring would have an R. And then you breed them back to another R ram, then you have, a whole lot more, like 75 to 100% would be resistant to Scrapie. So in the NOMS 2019 study, this is kind of cool. We collected blood from a lot of the, I assisted the USDA folks in 2019 with several herds in Kentucky. And we pulled blood from 15 non-related animals in each herd that agreed to do this. And they were random animals, and all of the animals were older animals. To do the study, genotype study on goats. And based on, a lot of these findings, if you want to really know what get a snapshot of the goat industry in the United States, pull up that NOMS 2019 goat study. They studied, the questionnaires were just phenomenal that these producers had to fill out. Really, really cool study. But of the animals that they tested, it only appeared that 33% of these animals in the United States had a genotype associated with lower susceptibility to Scrapie. And the codons for goats is 146 and 222. I don't know all there is to know about these genetic markers and stuff like that. But, the gene typing is really made vast improvement in being able to get, develop animals that are resistant to Scrapie. The one interesting thing, even though we only had 33% of the animals having the genotype of lower susceptibility, almost 73% of all operations had at least one goat that was less susceptible to Scrapie, which means that they we've not bred goats for lesser susceptibility to Scrapie, but this is something that we may see down the road. Is we may genotype these animals and say, hey, I've got a resistant animal that is resistant to Scrapie. So look for that down the road. This is Scrapie cases in goats. If you showed the same slide with sheep, you'd probably have every state highlighted. But it has not been identified in goats as much. And this is from 2002 to 2021. So it covers a pretty wide area, and that's when the eradication effort was put into force. As you can see, we've never had a positive one in Kentucky, but we sure have had some in neighboring states. So we've always got to be, and the one in Indiana was just recently. It was in 2019. So, we've really got to pay attention and continue to test for this disease. So, how do we get rid of Scrapie? Well, traceability is key to eradication of this program. We must be able to officially identify Scrapie positive animals, number one, And this is where it comes into play, is that almost all of these Scrapie testing, guess where it's done at? You would almost think that it would be done on the farm. No, it's done in the slaughterhouses. So they test all the adult, and they have to be 2 years of age or older in order to be considered test subject. So when they take that sample, that animal has to have positive identification. So, you know, and if they do a sample and it doesn't have positive ID, no way to trace it. Literally no way to trace these animals. So that's where the flock ID, et cetera, comes into play, and the official ID is so important. The National Scrapie Eradication Program issued a new ruling in 2019, and these are some of the just the high bullet points of what some of the changes was in 2019. High risk used to not include genetically resistant animals. Well, now they can include genetically resistant, because we're still trying to get it eradicated, and we have seen some genetically resistant animals show up with this disease. Updates to ID requirements for goats. Before 2019, there wasn't a requirement to officially identify goats. A lot of the stockyards, they didn't tag these animals. And so there was no traceability. And they realized, well, we have the disease in goats too. We need to make sure we identify those. And then change in record keeping. It went from 2 to 5 years. You've got to maintain your records for 5 years. And then sheep and goats that are moving in the slaughter channel used to be able to just move freely. Now they have to move on an owner-shipper statement. That's just for traceability. So when an animal is purchased at a livestock market or from a farm and moved straight to slaughter, the slaughter plant has to maintain those records, but has to have some type of statement that says where those animals came from for traceability. This is an example of our owner-shipper statement that we have got on the KDA website. And this is not a specific owner-shipper statement. Sometimes you'll see them as owner-hauler statement, okay? And all this does is documents where these animals, you know, the owner that brought those animals in, what species they were, and if there's any official ID, which there should be, that's listed down below. And then it's signed off by the person that's hauling these animals. It's just documentation. But it's, you know, and you can download these forms. All you have to do is go to kyagr.com and download the owner-shipper statement. If you're moving, say you're moving a bunch of kids to Brewers for slaughter, they don't require an interstate health certificate. They're up in Indiana, folks. You're crossing the state lines. But they do not require an interstate health certificate. But they do require an owner-shipper statement. A lot of that is not being done. And so you may see us out there at the livestock markets. We're going to have to, we had a consistent Scrapie review last summer by the USDA in our state. And for 2 weeks I spent with Dr. Geiser, and we went all over this state. And it was really, Dr. Geiser is a really, really nice fella. And I learned a lot from him that day, those 2 weeks. But, you know, I thought we were doing good, but there's so many deficiencies that we've got to overcome to get us back on track. And this is one of them, is the owner-shipper statement. So, okay, let me do this. So, what if you're at the livestock market and you see animals there, and these can be metal or plastic, as is demonstrated on this slide, but you see these animals with these different colored tags? Well, I would encourage you not to buy these animals, number one, unless you are purchasing for slaughter. But if they're a red metal, that animal shouldn't even be there, because it should have been quarantined and it should have been at the farm, and because that animal tested positive for Scrapie. So obviously it should never even be there. A yellow metal means that that animal is not been tested and is out of a flock that was exposed. So chances are you'll never see a yellow or a red one. But when you go to order Scrapie tags, you can actually order pretty much any color you want to. When I first started ordering Scrapie tags, I loved blue. I bleed blue. Okay, so I wanted blue tags. Well, the first year we ordered them, we could get them. This is back in 2005. And the next time I needed to order them, they said blue's not available. And I went, why? And it's because blue means that animal is in slaughter channels only. So now our Scrapie tag number color is green for 4-H. So anyways, but if you see an animal that's tagged with a blue Scrapie tag, then it's slaughter channel. Okay, we see a lot of them, believe it or not, that come into our graded sales that are 40 to 50 pound kids. They're not usually sheep. They're almost always kids that are feeders that come out of Ohio. And in Ohio, any animal that shows up at a livestock market in Ohio is tagged with a blue tag, because they are designated as slaughter only at these livestock markets. So, and one thing that you want to really show up here is, see this U.S. shield that's on that Scrapie tag? It'll also be on these little metal ones. You just can't see it real well. It's right at the very end of where the little bubble is on the metal tag. That U.S. shield, that's where you know that this is an official tag. Only official tags have that U.S. shield on them. So that's with cattle, sheep, goats, deer. Even your RFID tags have the U.S. shield on them. So this is a little flow chart that a lot of states use to know whether they have to tag these animals or not. And it's kind of color-coded just to help out folks. You see that blue is slaughter animals, red is a Scrapie positive, and yellow is non-positive, non-exposed, non-high risk, non-suspect. And it actually, if it's Scrapie positive animal, that whole herd or flock is going to be designated as quarantined. And usually what we do is we go in and depopulate those flocks. That makes it easier. Sure, if there's some really genetically awesome animals in that herd and the owner doesn't want to euthanize them, then he has to keep them, but he can't add any new ones. He can't sell any of those. But it's a way for him to keep those genetics in check in his herd. So in Kentucky, the only thing that's different here is on that weather side. We do require, if you take any sheep or goats to a livestock market in Kentucky, and it doesn't have to be just the graded sales, but if you take them to a livestock market, they have to have a Scrapie tag in their ear prior to unloading. That's a requirement we set forth in 2018, and the reason we did it, folks, is we were having trailer upon trailer of animals coming in that were untagged. We had no way to trace those animals. There is no identification on those animals. We would tag them at the yards, and we would put who brought them in. But if one of those animals down the road turned up positive, chances are we would never be able to trace that animal back to the flock of origin. And that's why we would tag 300 to 400 animals at some of these sales. And you talk about a lot of work, number one, holding up the sale because we had to tag these animals, but we totally lost the flock of origin traceability. So that's the only thing different. Now, if you are taking a load of goats or a load of lambs to the livestock market, to the slaughterhouse up in Indiana. You know, I talked about that owner shipper statement. You do not have to tag them for Scrapies. They do have to move on an owner shipper statement, and they do have to stay in that one group. You cannot commingle them. You know, you can't put a load on to your trailer and then stop at the next farm, put some more goats on, next farm, put some more goats on. Folks, that's being done. But you can't do that and then go to the slaughterhouse with those animals on an OSS. They cannot be commingled. They have to stay in a group, but they can go without a Scrapie tag. If they are 18 months of age or older, they have to have a Scrapie tag. It doesn't matter if they're going to slaughter. They have to have a Scrapie tag. And why is that? What did I tell you about Scrapie signs showing up? Anything from 18 months to 5 years, but usually 2 to 5, okay? So an 18-month-old animal is test subject. And so they need to be able to identify the flock of origin of that animal. So, anybody have any questions about that? Yes.
So when we take our animals to the livestock market, to the auction, and like mine will be tagged, but I always see them still tagging animals that come in, not to the greatest extent of what we used to see, but it still happens.
Yeah, so probably what happens there is that we still have people that show up, and for some reason, I mean, that was 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago. Yeah, it is 4 years ago that we instituted that. I didn't know anything about that. Anyways, and they have Scrapie tags at home. And so or they have them in their truck. And I say, okay, pull forward, go tag them. That's a lot of them. You won't see very many graded sales for sure that they're tagging them after they've unloaded them. They just are not doing it. We are really cracking down. Dr. Flynn is issuing notice of violations. If we're okay with 1 or 2 because guys, they can rip them out. We all know they can stick their heads through the wire and rip them out in transit. So 1 or 2 we're not too worried about. When a whole flock shows up or a whole herd of kids show up without Scrapie tags, they are usually sent home if they don't have tags in their truck.
So as a producer, luckily we have not seen a case in our state, but that doesn't mean we can't. So, like when you're talking about taking them to the slaughterhouse, is it only certain slaughterhouses that test? Do they test every single one? Because, I mean, we have USDA facilities, we have non-USDA facilities. What's the protocol across our state in our slaughterhouses?
Right. So in our state, if they have adult sheep or goats, those are subject that we could actually, if they'll save us heads, and there are definitely 3 slaughter facilities in the state where we collect sheep heads. They don't slaughter goats. But we do collect sheep heads and send them off to a place we call Remington, okay? And those are tested for Scrapie, okay? And so, but they have to be at least 2 years of age to test them. So most of the animals that are slaughtered are under 1 year of age. So they are not, that's why you don't have to have, you can ship them on an owner shipper statement, then they don't have to have a Scrapie tag. But they've got to know where those group of animals came from. That's super important.
And also I'd like to just kind of point out as a producer, I've had people come to me, they only have, say, 3 or 4 goats, and they don't do the Scrapies program because they just have a few, and then they say, well, can I borrow yours? Can you just tag one of mine so I can go get rid of it? Yeah, exactly, don't do that. That's not a good thing.
So, if you give a Scrapie tag to somebody that only has 3 or 4 animals, guys, they provide free Scrapie tags to any person that has never ordered them before. If you provide a Scrapie tag to that 3 or 4 head, or even 20, but if you use your Scrapie tag, has your flock ID on it, and that animal turns up positive, or even the non-classical sign, you know, guess where they're going to come home to? They're going to come to your place, and they're going to quarantine your herd. They don't care that you have, you know, you said, well, I put that tag in, I gave it to my neighbor. They don't care about that. It had your flock ID on it. This is so important for any official identification. It doesn't matter if it's a Scrapie tag, an RFID that's registered to your premise. Don't share them. Do not share them, because they will, that official identification is registered to your premise. So keep it in-house.
There was a case that came, say on my farm, somewhere down the road I had sold one and it came back. What happens to my herd? Say I've got 100 head. Do I lose my whole 100 head?
So that is called tracing. So if it truly was born on your place, if you had purchased it and you had records to indicate that you had purchased that animal, guess where they go next? To where you purchased it from. So that's why records are extremely important. If that animal was born on your place, then they would start doing traces, you know, and they would definitely, you know, once again, if they're sheep, we go into and do genetic testing. And if they're genetically resistant, then it pretty much stops there. They're still under quarantine for about 2 or 3 years just to monitor the herd. They're what you consider a monitored flock or herd. And so you still have to, and you can, they have to go straight to slaughter. You can't sell any breeding animals, et cetera, et cetera. So hopefully you have a record that you bought that animal from somewhere and was not born and raised on your farm.
Say you bought some goats that came from another state. They were untagged and trying to do things right. You put your tag in them.
Once again, records. Okay? Number one, why did you buy a goat that wasn't tagged? I'm being the bad person. So we go down to Texas and we buy our big weather genetics, you know, down there in Texas. In Texas, they're really bad about not Scrapie tagging. And every time we go there and we buy stuff, they don't have a Scrapie tag in them. And I'm going, folks, we got to, number one, we have to have a CVI saying we're going from Texas to Kentucky. And number two, they have to have official ID in their ear. So I make them put a Scrapie tag in those animals. And so, you know,
buy anything unless it's registered.
If you buy something from out of state, you're supposed to transport those animals on an interstate health certificate, and on that interstate health certificate, you're supposed to have an official ID. In sheep and goat production, it's almost always a Scrapie tag. If they're registered animals, they could move, especially goats, they could move on a tattoo, okay? As long as you have the registration papers with them. But Scrapie tag is an official ID and is listed on the CVI. So the lesson there is don't buy anything from out of state unless it's Scrapie tag. But if you got them home, and this happens a lot within state, is a lot of 4-H'ers. You know, they have to have a Scrapie tag. Any sheep or goats that are tagged for a youth project, that we put an official 840 tag in them, okay? But before they do that, they have to have a Scrapie tag in their ear. And when this got implemented about 4 years ago, a lot of producers didn't have, when the kids bought their animals, they didn't have a Scrapie tag, and so they would show up at the tagging site without a Scrapie tag. Guess what, guys? We couldn't tag them. And they said, but, and I'm going, you go back to that breeder and you get a Scrapie tag from that breeder. And you know, and everything worked out. But that was a big issue. So, any other questions? Good questions. Thank you so much.
Danger of these things that you have been talking about? Thank you. Any danger of these types of things you've been talking about jumping to human?
Very, very good question. So remember that slide where I talked about TSEs? And there is a link with cattle BSE being linked to Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease in humans. And they linked it in Europe, is where they linked it to. And so, yes, and we do have cases of Creutzfeldt-Jakob in humans in the United States. It's very difficult to link that nowadays because there's so few cases of BSE because of the efforts. If you guys remember, back in the late 90s, I think, is when this happened, but they removed any meat and bone meal being fed to ruminant animals. And the reason for that was to eliminate the risk of TSE being transmitted to the cattle in the diets. Okay? You still can feed it to dogs and cats, but you cannot feed that product to ruminants. So that's real important. So I've handed this handout out on the tables. If you don't have one, there's some more on the tables. These are just examples of some of the official IDs that are available for sheep and goats. Has all of our information on there and also the approved manufacturers through USDA. Do you have a question?
Well, that sounded louder than I thought it was. Beth, I just want to say that the link you're talking about between BSE and Krzyzewski-Jacobs, it's important for people to remember that in Europe, cow brains was a consumed product. And the TSE, to my knowledge, is in the brain and the spinal tissue. And so that was where they believed that went, and why it was found in Britain was because of people consuming cow brains. Is that correct?
Totally correct. Yep.
I don't want people to think that, oh, we got to be careful. I mean, it wasn't in the meat. It was in the brain or spinal tissue. So if you're not consuming that, then your risks are minimal. I do know that there are cultures where sheep and goat brains are a normal consumed product as well. So there is still the potential, if you're doing that, for Krzyzewski-Jacobs or for Scrapies to make that jump potentially. But we with everything going on today, with people scared about so many things, we want to make sure everybody realizes that this is an isolated pathogen.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. And you know, and that's why. Also, you probably remember that a lot of processing custom slaughter facilities stopped taking cattle that were 3 years of age or older. And the reason is for the risk of you know, if they do cattle that are 3 years of age or older, they have to clean all the equipment after they process that animal. And so a lot of processing facilities will not take anything over 3 years of age. You know, you have your kill plants where processing facilities where they just do adult cattle, primarily up in Michigan and those areas. So that's real important because of the brain and spinal cord. And anytime you're transporting, especially even with CWD now, in the deer and elk, if you go out west and you harvest a deer, you have to remove the brain and the spinal cord from that meat before you can bring it back here. And the only reason is to try to keep CWD from being transmitted. So, good point. Thanks, Ken. If you don't have Scrapie tags, which I think most of the people I see here in the audience probably do, but if you don't, or if you have a neighbor or somebody that's starting up, this is a downloadable form, fillable form off of our KDA website where you can fill all this information out. We do issue the National Premises ID through our office, but then it has to go to USDA to assign the flock ID. and they're the ones that turn in the form for your fleet. Every person that has never had a flock ID will get 100 free tags from Shearwell Company. That's who is contracted right now. You do have to buy an applicator, but I like these tags. These tags are just clip-on tags, and they're easy to apply, and the retention is extremely good. Shearwell is a company that started up in Australia, okay? And they also have RFID tags that are available. So if you go all electronic, there are a couple of herds in this state that use the RFIDs for data collection. So believe it or not, it's in the sheep and goat world as well. But yeah, you can give us a call at the state vet's office. We'll get you a national premises ID, and then forward that on to USDA to get your Scrapie tags. Yes, that's only for the people. If you've already have purchased or have been sent free tags through USDA, you must use that flock ID that was assigned to you to order new tags. So what is the flock ID number? Obviously, it recognizes your premises, and it is unique and specific to your premise and your flock. Now, so what if you move down the road with your flock? Do you need to have a new flock ID? Nope. Unlike the national premise ID, the flock ID stays with you, okay? You always want to keep that flock ID, because what they want to know is they want to know when they see an animal that comes through with that KY1234 that they know to go to so-and-so's farm to look it up. So what if you do move? Well, hopefully the person that is there now, if you did move, will know where, they don't live here anymore, they're down the road. And when we started doing these national premise IDs in the office, it was funny when we assign, we look up by the address to make sure there's not one. And we'll pull up one, a premise ID, and they go, did so-and-so used to live there? How do you know that? And I'm going, well, because they've already gotten a national premise ID, and they said, yeah, we bought the farm from them about 5 years ago. Something like that. It's kind of, it's neat to know that the system does work. So, but in Kentucky, your flock ID will always start with KY, and then 4 digits, just like the tags down below show. And the letters, the numbers on the bottom of the tag is that animal's unique identification number. They will never be repeated, okay? We're in our flock or herd of goats, we're on number 940. So we've tagged 940 goats since we started this. We got our first tags in 2002, I believe. So these are the guys that should be tagged. Rams, bucks, does, kids, does and ewes, and lambs and kids. So this is one of the things that I wanted to stress here, is any sheep or goats that are crossing a state line, doesn't matter where you're going to, there's no reciprocity between states, okay? If they cross the state line, they need to have a CVI or an owner-shipper statement if they're going to slaughter, or a federally approved livestock market. If you're taking a load of goats down to Tennessee to sell, they can be moved on an owner-shipper statement, okay? But they've got to have an owner-shipper statement. If you're within Kentucky and you're going to shows, you have a CVI, and that's good for calendar year. It expires on December 31st at 12 a.m. So it's from January 1 to December 31st is your CVI for show animals, okay? And like I said here, if you're going out of state to a show, you got to have a CVI. Ownership statement will not work. Movement of Kentucky sheep and goats within Kentucky, like I said, it's good for the calendar year, a CVI. And there's the ownership statement once again. I'm just trying to reiterate. We're going to have to really crack down on a lot of these livestock markets. And I know it's not going to be a pleasant subject, but other states are already doing it. We just need to catch up. Record. How many times have you heard that word today? Quite a bit, haven't you? You cannot evaluate performance, data. You cannot retain it in your brain. You might think you can, but it doesn't happen. I've tried so many times thinking, oh, I'll remember that. Next day, I can't remember it. So make sure you keep a record of it. Any tagging or sales records need to be kept for 5 years. Super important. Why do you think it's 5 years? What do y'all think the life expectancy of most sheep and goats is? It's usually about 6 or 7 years. Yes, you hear of those that live 14 to 15 years, but those are the exception. Those aren't the rules, and those are the ones that are never going to make it to the slaughter facility. I guarantee you. They've got a special name, and they've got a special place on their farm. I've got them. So, like I said, we had a consistent Scrapie review in Kentucky. We are considered we're under, until we get some numbers up, we're not inconsistent. You don't want us to become an inconsistent state, trust me. But we're under some guidelines that we need to improve just a couple of areas, and they're minor, but we've got to improve, except for one, but we've got to improve. And the biggest deficiency is we are not meeting our surveillance target numbers for goats. We are meeting them for sheep. But these sheep and goat sampling minimums, they're calculated on the numbers that NAS produces, the NAS produces for breeding animals. So they're not just a random number that they pull out of the air. Okay? And this is in 2022 in Kentucky. We've already sampled 232 sheep. Our sampling minimum was 140. But look at our goats. We've only sampled 33 goats, and our minimum is 144. We've got to overcome that deficit before the fiscal year for USDA is September 30th. Okay? Almost all of them. When you take your older cold does up to the sales livestock markets, guess where they go? Primarily go to New Salem. And New Salem, which is in Pennsylvania, they get sold to the East Coast and go into these live bird markets, what they call live bird markets. And those people love older sheep and goats. And so that's where they get processed at. They get processed at these live bird markets. Well, unfortunately, those goats are gone, and we're not getting those samples. There's not, you think, well, there's lots of goats that are slaughtered. Remember, they have to be 2 years of age or older in order to be a test subject. So yes, there's lots of kids that are slaughtered, but they can't be sampled for Scrapie. So the question that Ken had is if an adult goat is processed at an out-of-state facility, do we get credit? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. But USDA in those states has to be harvesting those goat heads and sending them, once again, to this place called Remington. And I don't want to bore you with the details, but this is a national collection place that does all the sampling. So if that animal has a Kentucky Scrapie tag in its ear, it's recorded, and we are credited for that. And probably most of those 33 head that are in this graph were out of state. I almost guarantee you they are. We collect from 3 slaughter facilities, like I said earlier, but almost all of those are sheep only. That's why we have 230. We do a great job of surveilling them.
So we as producers, I have cull goats. I have a meat buyer. He comes and buys directly from me. Now, I do know he's starting his own butchering facility.
And what is his name and address?
Yeah. Anyway, can we as a producer, you know, if I know my cull does are over that 2 years of age, can we say, save the head and whatnot, and let's ship it to wherever we're supposed
Awesome.
to? Can we do that?
That's the
Is
whole-
that a simple process for us to do? Does it
Yes.
have to be frozen? Is there a protocol that we need to follow that we can do that with? And then on that also, like if I have a doe that just up and dies out in my field, like of age or whatever,
Right.
can we do that with that?
Yes.
Okay.
So the whole point of my talk, for talking to you for a whole hour straight, is, this is just another graph. That's just another graph. Seeking assistance for surveillance. Okay? So what we are looking for is those folks that are out in the, we know they're there. We know that there are folks that are out there that do custom slaughter of these older animals. Okay? They're not USDA inspected. They're not, you know, what we're looking for is those folks that are doing that, and all they have to do is save the heads, give us a call, and, you know, and we'll go and pick the heads up, ship them to Remington. Preferably, if they have a place that they can store them in cold, like a refrigerated unit or something like that, we can go by once a week or once every 2 weeks and collect them. We just need to know where they're at, okay? And all they have to do is send the heads. And there's no, I mean, and that's all we need is the head, okay? And what we will do is if we can collect, you know, if we know of somebody that's doing that, we will have either I or a USDA technician will go and meet with these folks, give them everything they need to know, you know, and yes, there are some slaughter facilities that actually do ship the heads to Remington. You know, we have the shipping boxes, everything. It's very easy to do this. We just got to get it done. If you have an on-farm dead, what I really would like to, you know, I'm trying to get USDA to do some reimbursement, but they say no right now. But yeah, if you have an on-farm dead and we can get to you, what I would like to do is be able to sample them. If you have a neurological animal, I will be speaking to both the diagnostic lab in Lexington and the one out in Murray, because what we need are MSU breath it. They're not in Murray. They're in Hopkinsville. But anyways, they need to step up with the Scrapie submissions. I know there's a lot of adult goats that go through these diagnostic labs that die of parasites. Unfortunately, yes, 80% of them die of parasitism. Okay? But we need to sample them for Scrapie as a surveillance tool. So I've got to, you know, if you have a neurological animal, you know, yes, test it for rabies, but it needs to be tested for Scrapie as well. You know, once the rabies is negative. Hold on.
Like for your office information, or
there you go. You answered my. So, you know, this is my cell phone number, and you know, give me a call if you have an on-farm dead. We've just pure and simple. We've got to get our numbers up of sampling for these goats. So yeah, right. And I've got business cards. If you guys want to come by after this afternoon, and pick up a business card. No, see, this would not be there'd be no necropsy. We would not be able to necropsy that animal. No. All we would do is harvest the head. Disposal would be left up to the owner at this point. If you had an on-farm dead, the disposal would be whatever your county is doing for disposal. Okay? Most of them, hopefully composting is the way to go. And I really, for some reason, our county doesn't believe composting is a good idea. They're crazy. They want to haul them all the way to 2 counties to a trash dump site. So I don't follow that reasoning, but that's just me. So, but I know a lot of counties are doing composting. So that's it for my talk. Does anybody have any? And I'll turn it over to Kelly, and she can give you an update on the Sheep and Goat Development Office. Guys, if I can do one plug for Kelly, make sure you go to our website routinely. There's always stuff posted there. That she's very, very active with social media, et cetera, and you can find out a lot of resources and information. I don't know how many producers I talk to that say, well, I didn't even know we had a sheep and goat, office in the state. And I'm going, well, maybe you should open up your ears, but maybe we need to do a better job of getting it out there. I've been working in the state vet's office for 13 years. I thought I had, not 13 years, since 2013. And I thought I had done a pretty good job, but it slaps you in the face when you find out that there are people still out there that don't know. So we're always here. Pick up a business card from me. I'm going up and down the roads. I love to talk, as you can tell. All right? Thanks a bunch. I know, I'm sorry.
Thanks a lot, Beth. This is a lot of good information, and the Scrapie's program is really good. Just so everybody does know, we are one of the herds in the state that is using EID tags, and we've been using them for a number of years. And I actually like them because we can scan them, and that's one less thing that we have to write down when we're taking our records, so it goes directly into the computer. Kelly Yates here is the Executive Director of the Sheep and Goat Development Office. She's been in that role for a number of years. The Sheep and Goat Development Office, for those of you who do not know, represents both the Kentucky Sheep and Wool Growers and the Kentucky Goat Producers Association. They are funded by some of the checkoff dollars, I think, a little bit, as well as got started with the Ag Development Funds is the way they started. So we wanted to give Kelly an opportunity to talk about what they've got going on with the office and what's happening there. I know it's been a while since I've had a chance to talk to her. In my earlier days, I worked with the office a whole lot more than I have lately because of... But let me turn it over to Kelly, and we will do a tour up. Whenever we're done, we will take a tour. Anybody who wants to go look at our setup, and we can talk about some of the stuff we've been doing.
Okay, so I won't talk very long because I know you want to go outside. So I'm Kelly. No, they want to go. All right. So like Ken said, so we're an umbrella organization for the Kentucky goat producers and the Kentucky sheep and wool producers. We're a nonprofit. We're not funded by anybody but ourselves. We did get started with the GOAP grant back in 2007. That was before me. But we try to run our own gig up in here. So as you know, most of the universities in Kentucky do not have small ruminant specialists. So you got Ken, and you've got like a 10% position with Dr. Ely at the University of Kentucky, and that's it. That's all there is in the state. Congratulations. So our office tries to fill that role as much as possible. So we're the ones that try to get the information from any specialist in the country and get it to you is what we try to do. So one of the big things is obviously education, because our philosophy is if we can educate you to produce quality animals, then that's really the key to keeping everything else going, right? That's going to keep the markets here. Maybe someday that'll get us a specialist here, something. So we work on education is a big chunk, and then we also work on promotion, and then we help with marketing mainly through by making sure that KDA keeps that graded market person out there. That was one of the big things we had to work on 3 years ago. Make sure that that happens, keep him trained, keep him up to date on what's going on. And then we do promotions. And most of your promotions is going to come through your checkoff program because that's what checkoff does, okay? So I'll explain that here in a few minutes. Kentucky Sheep and Wool Producers, here's just some of the things that they offer. If you join KGPA or KSWPA, you get a listing on that breeder directory. Essentially, it's a list of people like you, and if somebody wants to come by, that's where they go. So don't take that breeder directory as a joke, okay? Every month there's about 700 people that hit that directory on the goat side of things, and about 300 and some odd people on the sheep side. So it's a good deal, okay? So there's some things on your breeder directory, and there's a handout we passed out. Some things on there, you get your free standard breeder directory listing, but if you are really into trying to sell seed stock, there's ways that you can up your breeder directory listing so that more people see you faster on there. As far as sheep are concerned, we do the wool pool. So we got wool info on there. We got a list of sheep shears on there if you need those. They also do Angora goats, the same guys do. You can become a board member when that's open. We do the Kentucky Sheep and Fiber Festival, 3rd weekend in May every year. 3rd weekend in May. You can put it on your calendar, come hang out with me there. We also have the Kentucky Fiber Trail. You guys know about the Bourbon Trail? Well, we do it with fiber, okay, the Kentucky Fiber Trail. And then we also have our new Kentucky Natural Fiber Center. It's pretty much an education center. So our goal there is to teach you about the fiber, teach you how to turn that fiber into a marketable product. Okay. And then we got their goat producers. Again, same as sheep. We want to improve genetics. We want to improve marketing. We want to improve education. That's what each association does. And then here's a list of some of the things that they do as well. We got our goat field day coming up, and I totally took this picture long before we changed our date, but it's April 30th for the KGPA field day. If you're a member, you're going to get tons of information on it, so you don't have to remember that date right now. We do have mentors for both sheep and wool producers and the goat producers. So if you're new and you need answers, you need to find somebody to get animals from, this is where that mentor stuff comes into play. You call them, you email them, you go visit them. Some of them will come to you, whatever you need to do to make that happen. I don't think there's any other associations out there that do that, but that's one of the things that they really try to focus on is keeping their mentors up to date and doing that program. You can find us at kysheepandgoat.org. There's a ton of information on this website, a ton, okay? So if you've got a question about something, I guarantee we got something on there on it. May not have all the answers, but it'll get you started, okay? All right, so who you're gonna call if you have questions. I totally took Sharon off of there. I'm the executive director, and then we have Sarah Beth Peridot, the fiber director. If you have anything fiber related, you call her. Don't call me, because I don't do fiber, okay? So we have Suffolk sheep, and we shear them every year, and I take it to the wool pool, and that's the extent of my fiber experience. You call her, okay? She'll fix that. All right, so Hoofprint Magazine, this is a publication that used to be printed quarterly. We've now moved this thing online, but we have been publishing this since 2011, and we cover everything from nutrition, genetics, hoof care, parasite care, whatever you can think of, small ruminant related, it's going to be in this magazine. So we have archives online, and you guys can search by topic and then pull up the issue that you're looking for. So again, if you have a question about something, start there. Start on that search, because there's going to be something in there. Again, look at who wrote the article. We can get you in contact with the person that wrote that, so we can keep you educating yourself on stuff. We have our sheep and goat management calendar that comes out every year, and I think this thing's the bomb, right? Just to get a $30 membership, this calendar is worth it. So it has monthly production tips on marketing and forage and nutrition and lamb and kid care, whatever you got. It's got all the dates of the graded sales in it, any kind of educational event that's coming up that we know about in the prior year to put in there, it's going to be in there. It also has your classes of wormers. It's got your basic health information, like what your temperature should be, right? How long is your gestation should be? It also has the due dates on there. Now, I will tell you right now, the due dates are an average between sheep and goats. It's 148 days. So if you got goats, you may want to add a couple of days. If you got sheep, you may want to take a day or so off. But, you know, can't put multiple due dates on the same date, and nobody will know what the crap you're talking about, right? So you take an average, and you do the best you can. It even has like the moon signs on it. I don't know how many of you all use the moon signs on stuff, but people begged me to put it in there, and I put it in there. So some people do. So it's in there. It'll tell you, you know, leg, or I don't know, whatever that stuff means. When I got time to castrate is when it's going to castrate. Okay, that's how it works in my house. All right, so again, here's your breeder directory. I was talking about some of those upgrades. You can put your business card on there. If you are small ruminant quality assured, it's going to be out next to your breeder directory as well. So if you're selling breeding stock, people like to see that logo on there. Again, a wealth of information. We got sheep shearers, we've got small ruminant veterinarians. If your veterinarian is not listed on there, let me know and I'll call and ask them if we could put them on there. Like, I can't put them on there unless they give me permission, but everybody's always looking for a vet. You may have to educate your own vet, but everybody's looking for a vet, okay? Again, if you lose your form today for your Scrapie tags, we've got it on the website. And then that Scrapie program little picture there, that's a video that Beth did to update everybody on the changes that happened a few years ago. So you can check that out. We also have an online direct marketing tool if you are interested in selling directly to a consumer. And it's kind of an overwhelming thought to do that. This will help you, okay? So we talk about processing, what has to happen, and this is gonna be on the meat and the fiber side. So if you don't know, it'll be on there. We talk about economics. The cool thing on the economics tab is a budget. So if you're gonna direct market meat, we don't have one on the fiber, but on the meat side of things, we show you how to get to a point where you know the value of that animal prior to going to processing. And then your budget, you put in your information on your processing, and that'll tell you how much you need to charge per cut if you're gonna sell it that way, or per carcass, or half carcass. I think you'd be shocked if you put the numbers in there, how much you're cheating yourself on the value of that animal and what you should be selling it for. Because if you're playing the game where you're just trying to price it the same as like your neighbor prices it, I guarantee you're not charging enough. And that's what this calculator will show, okay? And then the other thing is the marketing. How do you make a business plan? How do you make an advertising plan? How do you make a logo? How do you do emails? How do you do Facebook? All that's there on that marketing tab. And we update that periodically. To let you also know, on May 7th at the Kentucky Natural Fiber Center, we're gonna be doing a Market Ready program with UK. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that before, but we're gonna talk about how do you use social media, how you do the logo, how you do the business plan. All that's gonna be at that workshop at the center. So if you go to our website, we'll be having the registration link for that here pretty soon. Marketing resources that we have. If you don't know how to read a current market report, we can show you how to do that. There is also a video on there on how to pull up archived market reports. Don't look at that yet because they just changed it. Of course they did. So we're gonna make a new video on how you can find the previous ones, but that'll tell you how to find current ones and then how to read it, okay? Everybody know what CW means on that market report? Okay, so when you look at it and it says 400 CW, that does not mean somebody got $400 a head. That means it was $4 a pound. I've had it happen. I'm not kidding. People get so mad because they think they're gonna roll out of there with a bunch of money on one single animal, and that's not how that works. So you could watch that on how to read a market report. Again, on our fiber side, we've got our fiber festival, our fiber trail, and our fiber center. So you can just click on those icons and it gives you more info about those. We also have our Try Something Different tonight. We started this campaign, I don't know, 2012 or 13 or something like that. This is what we use in a lot of our promotion stuff. So a lot of people don't use small ruminant products. Either they eat them or they don't use them at home. So here's something to try different. So we talk about what it's like to do it on your plate, in your fashion, and in your home. That's your soaps and lotions. So if you sell soaps and lotions or you sell meat directly, we need to get you on this list because this is what we promote all the time to consumers, especially at the state fair when we have thousands of people who come through. This is where they're gonna find you. Education-wise, we have our Small Ruminant Profit School. If you are brand new into production, this is the class you need to do. It's online, self-paced. It covers all the basics. So the goal is for you to make a profit by simply being able to keep your small ruminants alive. That's the basics, right? So that's what we're going to cover. And then you cannot get the paper copybook. To be honest, we had more people complain about the paper copy notebook because you got sheep and goat stuff, and like sheep people didn't want goat and goat didn't want sheep stuff. So I just put it online. I'm like, fine, you just print out what you want. It was 400 and some odd pages worth of printing anyway, so it took up a lot of space on a shelf too. So SRPS is for beginners, basics 5 years or less. That's about the target of that class. Kentucky Small Ruminant Quality Assurance, that's a free class. We worked with Beth to make that. It's an hour-and-a-half certification program. So the goal is for you to be able to tell your consumers that you put quality first. So if you've ever heard about the beef quality assurance program, that kind of stuff, it's similar to that. Ours is just a lot easier to do. So you'll sign up, you'll take a pre-test, watch 3 videos, take a post-test, and I'll send you a certificate. Pretty easy. We have a master's small ruminant course coming as well, hopefully by the end of it'll have to be by the end of this year. That will be for all of you folks that are 5 years and up are going to want to take it. But I'll have more info on that. 15 modules in SRPS. Again, it's all online. We do have a face-to-face requirement for this class, and that's because we cannot teach you body condition scoring, and we have to FAMACHA certify you, which has to be in person. Now, we used to do that twice a year pre-COVID, and now we're trying to do it like once a year. You can get your FAMACHA certification online. That is still an option under SRPS right now, but you have to like take a video of yourself doing it and sending it into Maryland. That was really the only thing we could do for 2 years on that. But the parasitology clinic that's coming up at the end of this month, that could count as your face-to-face thing. So we're going to talk about that here in a minute. But that's what you get. If you are not a member of KGPA or KSWPA, you will get a membership when you register for this class. And we do that because we want to get you connected with those mentors. We don't want you taking an online class, jumping into small ruminant production, and not get any support or help, because you're going to want it. You don't know it at first, but you're going to want it later. It ain't easy. That's what a class looks like. So you got a link to your class. You got your notebook materials there, Donna, over on the side. And you have to take an evaluation for each module. That's how I know that you're completing the class. So you don't get your certificate of completion until you do all the modules, all the evaluations. All right, there's your small ruminant quality assurance. Here's the 4 things that we're trying to let consumers know. We're trying to assure that we got healthy animals, that we have healthy practices, we got quality products, and of course that's going to help you maximize your profits. If you're doing all those things, there's no reason why you couldn't be making a profit. Again, unless your fee bill triples itself from October to November. Here's what that class looks like. Here's the 11 things that are covered in that class. The other good thing that we're doing is every quarter we're doing a Zoom thing with Beth. So if you are in the class and you don't know the answer to one of your questions for your test, you can ask that there. Or if you go through and you still have questions, you can ask her then. Or if you haven't taken the class and you want to do the Q&A before you take it to see if you can't get some of your answers, that's an option. I mean, it's just called being resourceful. That's what I call that. So here's the things that we cover. Again, you get your certificate when you get that. All right, coming soon, we're going to have fiber production and processing. Some of these are going to be online because they can be, and that way you can have them all the time. Fiber business and marketing development, that's that market ready program that I was talking about that we'll do on May 7th. And it's not just for fiber people, it's for anybody, okay? There are going to be specific fiber classes, and I say that again because Sarah Beth is not here. So there's things like weaving and spinning and all that stuff that you do with fiber that she would explain much better than me. That's those specific fiber classes. And then that small ruminant master class I was talking about, that'll be out at the end of the year. That's a lifetime access to that course, and it's a beast, okay? So the reason you have lifetime access is because there's a ton of stuff in it. The goal of that class is for you who have been in production for a while to be able to look at your system and determine if you want to take advantage of additional marketing opportunities than what you're doing right now. So let's say that you're lambing or kidding in April. You're trying to rush those babies out the door by June. It may be possible that keeping them over for a little longer, for a little heavier weight at the end of the year, might be a better marketing option. So we're going to show you the market data on that. It may even be that putting some more pounds on some of these lambs and selling them at a little better age puts you more money on the table than what you're leaving at the stockyards at a 60-pounder. Hint, hint. Okay, so this class will walk you through that. So it takes the different production seasons and then shows you how to incorporate production practices in order to be able to sell at different times of the year. That's me. You can call me or email me. Email me is generally better because I'm often in places that I don't have cell phone service. So you could just email me. So if you have questions about anything, easiest way to join is to go online and do that. You can do that on our website, or you guys, I have some forms here. Or you can call me on the phone. I can process you on the computer that way. I do that all the time. No. Tour time. Thank you all.
Okay, before we head outside, I just want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank our speakers for taking the time to come and give us the information. We hope that everybody gets some information that's useful. I will throw in a shameless plug and say that if you're not a member of the appropriate association based on the species you're raising, or a member of both associations, you really need to join. It's not just trying to support it, it's not just getting this. And I've had it, I've worked with small ruminants, I've worked with cattle, I've worked with other species before too, and I always hear producers say, well, I would join the association, but they aren't really for me. Well, let me just say this, if you're not a member of the association, you have no say in what the association does. So if you want the association to focus on something different than what it is, you need to become a member, become part of it, become active, and help make those changes. I will also say that, if you are a member of Kentucky Sheep and Goat Producers Association, that also gets you a membership into the American Sheep Industry Association, which is the national group. So that is one fee and you get both. And so you also get links into the ASI database for even more information as well. There is a goat federation, American Goat Federation. It's not tied like the sheep industry is to the Kentucky sheep producers at this time. But again, they're working very diligently at the national level, just like Kelly's office is at the state level, to help improve, help make sure that sheep and goats are not forgotten in legislation such as the Farm Bill when they're dealing with migrant worker issues. This is a big thing, especially in the sheep industry out west, because of the herders. But, the markets, all of this, the issue of Scrapies, trying to keep all of that. If it weren't for these associations out there, then all of this would just go away. We would just lose all of our markets and it would be done with. It takes those organizations and your membership and participation in those organizations to keep them active and current. So with that, I want to say again, thank everybody for taking your time. I know we have people who are online, and understand we put this tour in there. We didn't put it on the schedule. We didn't make the plan, so they're not set up. And I did that mainly because the forecast wasn't sure whether it was going to be pouring down rain today or a nice day. And I didn't want to say we're going to take a tour of the farm and then it be snowing outside like it was a week ago, okay? I didn't think, so we wanted to make sure that we had the right weather before we decided to do that. So again, I want to thank everybody for joining us. You will get information about next month's program. Don't forget the parasitology program that's coming up in, not this weekend, but next weekend on the 26th. It's on Kelly's website. It's on the Facebook as well, so you can find that. Sign up for that. There is a fee to cover the cost of everything that's associated with that. But I actually saw Dr. Lay working on putting together the kits you're going to get, and they've got McMaster slides and a bunch of other stuff in there that is needed to do some of the fecal egg counts. She just isn't able to give everybody a microscope. So I think she said that there's pretty much everything in there but a microscope. And the only other thing would be something, the flotation fluid, which you can make yourself if you attend the class. So just, that's what we do because it's easier and I don't have to mess with trying to saturate sugar or salt solutions and worry about that. But it's a very good class, and because parasites are such a big issue with small ruminants, It's very critical. So work on that, and you'll get information. If you're not on our mailing list, hopefully you signed in. If you let us know, we can make sure you get on our mailing list, okay? Thank you again, everybody. We look forward to seeing you in the future. October, to my knowledge, they haven't changed anything, so October should be another small ruminant program, so plan on seeing us in October. Thank you again.